All right, Watts lovers, here we go. Welcome to Truth and Transparency. It's a snowy day here, so I guess we just get to talk about random stuff. Welcome. Hello. Come on in, chat, love. Let's have some fun, loves. Cheers, Friday. Hi, Mod Squad. You sexy thing. I don't like cupcakes. Hi, you sexy thing. Okay. Oh, we got a new member. Susan, thank you for becoming a member. That is awesome. Awesome sauce. What's up, Melissa? Tasha, what's good? Oh, Scotland. Nice. Well, you guys get a nice little dose of some Wattsness for you. Here we go. I'm going to tell you guys something that only my group has probably ever heard. So I brought out, it is the maroon binder. This maroon binder is a lot, if not all of where I do all the digital stuff. So I don't think it is. I don't think that. But for numerous reasons. I mean, I think the biggest reason is because someone's serving time for this. So, and people are dead. So, but let's talk about, we're going to first talk about Sunday. Sunday is actually a really important day. Sunday is the day before, the murders and, what was going on Sunday. So I'm going to give people just a couple more minutes here, and I'm going to start here at the 5-minute mark. Just for notifications. What's up, Delaney? What's up? Bling is the new black. What about my ching ching ching? Mic dropping. She in here? Mm-hmm. You sexy thing. BL all day, every day. Yeah, like I said, we're having a little snowstorm over here. It's an emergency level 2, so I said I'll go level 2 on Watts Island. Love you, NK info tidbit last night. I got NK coming in this one as well, so I'm just labeling it something different. But okay. First things first. You're gonna make this note right here. Those of you guys that want to take notes. The first note is that Cassie. Let me just zoom in on this. Okay. This is Cassie's text messages to Shanann. You can see Sunday, August 12th, 2:28 p.m. Now, remember, on Sunday, this is a picture of her screenshot, which is Arizona time. Okay. So she sent her, Cassie was sending actually Shanann these counselors. Okay. That's the extent of their texting. Now, this was the extent of their texting 1v1. Okay. 2:28 p.m., which would technically be 3:28 Colorado, but both of them were in Arizona. Right here, then, as you can see, it says Monday. Okay, I don't mind my printer ink. That's what that is. But Monday, and it says 9 a.m. Monday, 9:03 a.m. Again, this is her phone. She's in Arizona, so that would be, I'm sorry, that's 8 a.m. So that would be 9 o'clock in the morning, Shanann's time in Colorado, and 10:03. Okay. Do you see this right here? See where it says delivered after she sent? This is iPhone to iPhone, right? It says delivered. If her phone would have been off, right? No delivery. Delivered. And this time is exactly the same and reflects exactly the same as Shanann's phone. That means her phone's on. Her phone was on. All right. Again, this was just from Cassie to Shanann. And they also have a separate group, which this is this one. And this is Cassie, Shanann, and Nicole Atkinson. Okay. We are boarding now. Okay, please message me so I know you landed home safely. It won't wake me. Will do. Let's take a look at this time. 12:25 a.m. Again, this is a screenshot from Cassie's phone. So that's Arizona time. It would be 1:25 a.m. And that's what matches up with what the gang unit gave us, which I'll get back here in a second. So landed, and that's Shanann. Then we are home. Notice how there's no time stamp with it, but they give it to us because the gang unit gives it to us. They give us the time, and it says at 2:01 a.m. Now, you see this right here? Monday, 7:53. That would be 8:53. Shanann's time. Glad you're home safe, because this is when she wakes up. So she sends this text to them because then Cassie goes ahead, okay, and doesn't continue talking in this message, okay. She then goes back to just Shanann and her 1v1, and how are you doing, honey? Okay. Again, no response. Then 10:03, Shanann's time. Honey, you have me worried about you. Please tell me you're okay and just don't want to talk. Okay. So, and again, here, delivered. And it reflects the gang unit doing their work. So Now, what timeline transactions mean are anytime a command happens in your phone. Okay? So, now, 1:25 a.m., that's the timeline transaction, which would be 1-5, and that's 3306. Okay? 3307 is the 201, and we get that from show you guys. We get all this from right here. That'd be 1251. That's the Wi-Fi. Okay. What this shows is the time. Her number, her evidence phone is 42. So go 42 and then dash the timeline transaction, which is 153305. Okay. Then it goes again here, 153306. It's in sequence, so there's nothing in between it. Okay. Then the next time we look at Shanann's phone, right here, 42201. That's how I found that. And so I put it on, and here it's in sequence. Timeline transaction 153307. Okay. Now it says in a group text, this is when NA told Cassie we are home. Again, 201. Well, we know that according to her 360 Life app, she is not at home at 201. Shanann's phone activity is otherwise dormant until, it says Shanann's phone activity is otherwise dormant until 7:40, when Watts sent the device a staged message pretending not to know where she was. Then I made a note here, and it's about the 218. Okay, but hold on. Because remember, they have to be push notifications. All right, let's see the next time we see her number. 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. 40s and 41s. Right here. The next time we see it, 153311. I said, wait a second, hold up. One 153307. So then what I did is I came back to right here, and that means 07 is the last one we had that you're looking at. And then they did not give us, they didn't put in 08, 09, 10, and then they come to the 11. That's the 311 one. And how I was able to find those 3308 is because at 7:40, Chris supposedly allegedly did that stage call. So I filled that in from Chris's phone. Okay. Then at 8:25, there was a staged, I'm sorry, that was the staged text. And then the 8:25 was the staged call. Okay. And then the 3:10, the 9 a.m., Cassie texting Shanann. How did I get that? Remember? From Cassie's screenshot. But for whatever reason, the gang unit wants to leave all that out. Okay. And the reason being is because they don't want it to reflect that those are in sequence and that those happened in that order at the same exact times that they were actually sent out, meaning that her phone was on. Also, it means that what Nicole Atkinson said was not true. How did I figure this out? I came back over here. And Nicole Atkinson's audio. So I took that, but I also took right here. 14 hours. That'd be 214. Messages from NA were finally received by Shanann's phone. In parentheses, by all accounts, these would have been sent by NA earlier in the morning before she called police. They include, just wanted to see if you were okay. I know you were hurting a lot last night. Hope you're okay. Number one. The second one, and see right here, I have these little, because I got them from the her audio. And this is what she claimed. Let me know how your appointment goes. That was number 2. Then the 11:46 one that she says that she sent. See how it's got an arrow here and it's nothing right there? How I know that the 11:46 one is missing, which she claims that she did, is because this says, I have been to your house. You won't open the door. Your alarm is set. Your shoes are sitting outside. Your car's home. I'm so very concerned about you right now. I need you to text me or call me and just tell me you're okay. If you don't want to talk to nobody, you don't want to be around nobody, I get it. It's fine, but I need to know you're okay. And then do you see this right here? Again, this is phone 42, which is Shanann's timeline. 153346 to 52. That means 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Well, this is 1, 2, 3, right? But this is saying there was how many should there be? 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. 7 timeline transactions. There should be 7 separate text messages. That's what this is saying. Well, we got 1, 2, 3. Then, okay, people said, no, Lana, that there's something surfacing. There's a screenshot of those messages. Well, we all know what we can do with screenshots, number 1. But number 2, I said, let me see that screenshot again. Let me see that. And guess what, guys? When you get that screenshot, how many are there here? 7. Go get that manufactured screenshot. There are not 7 text messages in the manufactured one. They're missing one. Boom. Okay. Also, if these are as staggered as she says, then why would they come in one after another? If you sent this one at 8:45, well, the phone's on. All the other calls are coming through. Look at Chris got through, Cassie got through. The alarm on the phone for your appointment got through. The doctor called, the Minnesota, the debt collector. Cassie again. And then for whatever reason, they don't want to give us the 33141, which you could see it's like between 10:03 and 10:06, which I'll get to that. But she said she, 8:45, 6:45 possibly. Well, that would be in here. It wouldn't all come in staggered all the way down. Let's see. Right here. Officer doesn't give this one. Officer doesn't give this one. Officer doesn't give this one. This one. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does everybody understand what I'm explaining there with the timeline transactions? If you guys have any questions, I'd answer them right now. Now, let's go to my notes. Okay, now according to her, let's see. All right. She either arrives at the house or she wakes up and no one is there and she calls Sandy. Sandy calls Primrose. Now she claims that she sent this text. Are you okay? It's not on the timeline though, when it's supposed to be. Text says, I know you were hurting. 9 o'clock. So between 8:30 and 9 is when Primrose was called by Sandy. Okay. I made it just said, okay, let's worst case scenario, let's just say 9. 9:21, she said, let me know how the appointment goes. Again, none of these are found anywhere. And they're all coming in together. Then okay. To show you that I double check everything. You guys remember this? It's part of Bum Hours Supplemental Report 92. This is the three-way at 2:01 and 12 seconds. We are home. Because this is Shenan's. 15308. The Chris, the text. If you take the kids somewhere. 153309. This is a voicemail from Chris. 8:25. Now, I'm trying to see if you could see. Do you see how these right here? Okay, incoming instant message. Cassie, how are you doing, honey? 9 o'clock. The calendar alert. 9:05. Appointment reminder. Now, this is how I found out about the 9:49. And this number, I called it, and it was a debt collector out of Minnesota. 9:49, 9:05. What does she say? She says at 9:15. Let me know how your doctor's appointment goes. Where's that text? Where's it at? It should be right here between these two. It's not there. So not only is it not on this, okay, that Bumhammer did, but the gang unit doesn't have it in their shit, okay? And then Cassie again saying, honey, you have me worried about you. Please tell me you're okay, and that you just don't want to talk. And all of that matches up perfectly with what Cassie said in all of her times, right? How are you doing, honey? Honey, you have me worried about you. Please tell me you're okay and just don't want to talk. Matches up perfectly with what Cassie said. But NA, and what do people say? Oh, it's because she has a, it's because the phone was off, and it's because the phone was off, and she doesn't have an iPhone. No, this phone's on. This phone's not off. This phone's on because if the phone was off, Chris Watts has an iPhone, and when he texted Shanann at 1:19, it didn't go through to her phone until it was turned on, and it reflects on her phone at 2:12. All of these would have came in a big clump if the phone was off during this time, and it was not off. Where's NA's messages? They're not there because they were not made via to her phone, at least. And they're nowhere to be found anywhere. So, but why would you have to stage all that stuff? And I want you guys to listen to something. Let's listen to NA when she's talking. Let's see if I can find it. When she's talking to I'm going to pull up when NA is talking to David and giving her interview, because she looks at her phone to give the times of these alleged text messages in the morning. And I believe that she is giving the times that she's doing this. She was giving like Cassie's times, because look at how close this is. So the other one is fake. No, what my work has shown here is that Nicole Atkinson did not text Shanann Watts in the morning. Not even once, and definitely not 3 times like she said before 11:46 a.m. Because 11:46, that's when she says, and it matches where she's also getting these times is from her Life 360 app data. So I'll show you that as well. And everything just lines up perfectly. Again, this is all because she cannot say that she was in that house. Because otherwise, if you're really, contacting, if you're in the house, you're not texting. If you have the phone, you're not texting the phone. Because that isn't going through your mind. It went through your mind too late. And when she shut the phone off is when she staged the messages. So, and what I can tell you is that she did it after 1:19, whenever Chris sent his text message at 1:19, that she had to send hers, that's all those stages. She had to send those after 1:19, but before obviously the cops got there, and the phone was already off by that time, and that's why they all came in a row. But it was after Chris's, because Chris's got queued up first because he did it first. Your phone still will queue things up even if it's off, but they're just going to come in. And then how you know that the phone was off is because Chris's phone says that he sent that out at 1:19, and Shanann's phone says 2:12, because that's when her phone was turned back on. So I want you guys to take a look at those. So how did I figure that out? Because I said I got back into this case because of Netflix, because they dropped a piece of the puzzle for me. So if I go to making a murder, no, it's American Murder, right? See the video, see if I can pull it up. I don't think I'll be able to. You know what I can do? I can put on my Netflix and do my phone like that. Hold on. But while that's happening, I'm going to cue this up instead really quick, which is um
It's a home-based business.
Okay.
It's kind of like Mary Kay, or it's a direct.
And so you guys went there. When did you guys go?
I left here at 4 o'clock on Friday morning. So it was Thursday night. Friday morning, and I drove from here to her house and picked her up, and then we drove to the airport.
Okay. Do you remember what time you picked her up?
2825.
Yeah. What's her address? 2020.
It's in the house, sitting right by the stairs.
Is it? Okay. I've been in there. So carry on.
It was wheels? Sitting there. Yeah.
Okay. Like. Okay. And did you go inside?
Nope. Because the kids were sleeping. She said, just text me when you get here. She was actually waiting on the front porch.
Oh, she was? Okay. Yeah. So you didn't see any of the kids? You didn't see Chris?
No.
She was just on the front porch with a bag?
It's in the house, sitting right by the stairs.
Is it? Okay. I've been in there.
And I woke up at like 7:45 that morning, and I...
okay, right there. She's saying she woke up at 7:45. Okay, according to her, 7:45. Look at how crazy this all lines up. 7:45. Okay.
Didn't hear anything from her. I thought it was odd, but I knew we were both tired, so I rolled over and went back to sleep. And then I woke up, and I still hadn't heard anything from her, so I texted her. Like I said, I can show you the text.
Yeah.
I should just skim through. She's usually on the top.
Okay. And did you go inside?
Nope. Because the kids were sleeping. She said, just text me when you get here. She was actually waiting on the front porch.
Oh, she was? Okay. Yeah. So you didn't see any of the kids? You didn't see Chris?
And yesterday.
Okay, so you pick her up 4:30 at her house. She's got the carry-on and her purse. What kind of purse does she have?
It was a dual. I don't know. I can let you ask your questions. I can tell the story as you ask them. I can just tell you. I don't know.
We'll kind of muddle through this. So
okay.
Just go ahead. I'll interrupt if I have a question.
So I was concerned because normally when we come back from these, she harasses me, and I don't want to say harass me, but she harasses me the next day. Like, come on, let's call people. Let's get things going. Let's work business. And she didn't call her. She didn't text that morning. Like usually I have a text.
Okay, right there. This isn't like any trip though. You guys just found out in Arizona that Chris is a cheating fucking bastard, and he's been porking somebody. Okay, he's straight up pounding Cassie 4 times a day. Excuse my language, but that's what's going on. And you think she's going to be calling you and harassing you to let's go call people? So like this, you can ask yourself if you believe that. I don't.
Message between 6:30 and 7:30 from her if she wants to do business or wants to get together or whatever. And I had signed up a new promoter over the weekend, so we had plans to go to lunch with her at 1:30. And
they had plans to go to a lunch at 1:30. Okay, 1:30. She signed up a new promoter. Well, did she call this woman to say I won't be meeting you for lunch? That should be in her phone records. This woman calling her, going to wherever they were supposed to meet up for lunch and just being stood up,
I woke up at like 7:45 that morning and I didn't hear anything from her. I thought it was odd, but I knew we were both tired, so I rolled over and went back to sleep. And then I woke up and I still hadn't heard anything from her, so I texted her. Like I said, I can show you the text.
Yeah.
I just have to skim through. She's usually on the top. I texted her on yesterday morning at 8:43 a.m. asking her, how are you?
8:43. 8:43. How are you? Why is she asking, how are you? Question mark. 8:43 a.m. How are you? Okay. Now,
$8.43.
Yeah. And then I texted again at 8:55 and said, just wanted to see if you were okay. I know you're hurting a lot last night. I hope you're okay. She's 15 weeks pregnant and she was having a lot of migraines over the weekend. And she she was tired. She wasn't eating because of what?
so Nicole Atkinson wants this man doesn't say, oh yeah, I asked her how she's doing because her man's cheating on her. We found out in Arizona. Like, why does this have to be such a secret that you found out this? I don't understand. Oh, she's 15 weeks pregnant. That's why she wasn't feeling well. What? But Cassie's saying, no, she's devastated. She's never seen her like this. She's emotional because of everything, she's not in a good place. But Nicole Atkinson's like, here. So 8:43, 8:53. Shanann's phone's on.
Was going, like we were pushing food on her and water because she was dehydrated and not eating like she normally does, and I presumed it had to do with what was going on with Chris. So,
All right, hang on,
okay.
Let me catch up with you real quick.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay. Okay, so migraines. Let me make a few notes so we can come back.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've got only part of the story, so I may not be able.
Yeah, no, you're fine. I can
totally
go back
follow
to your
you.
questions
Okay.
when I jump back.
Okay, let me go back to the beige purse. Real
Okay.
quick. So that was the beige purse that she took with her on the trip,
Mhm.
and it was in the office.
Yes.
Where you found it. Okay.
Yes.
Is that an unusual place for that to be?
I mean, no. I mean, I don't pay attention to where Shanann puts her purse or whatever. So no, I don't think so. But usually she has it on the counter when I'm there because we're getting ready to leave. So
Okay.
I don't know.
So did you move it at all, or did you just leave it where it was?
I told them I found it, and then they asked me to get it. The police officer did, and Chris. So I went and grabbed it, and I gave it to Chris. I didn't go through it. I gave it to him and let him go through it.
All right. Okay, let's go. So I'll let you tell me your story.
Okay.
And then
Yeah,
we'll go
she's
back
taking
to you
a-
and I'll ask you questions about
Okay.
that. Okay.
So
So let's start with, you go to the conference and
we came home.
came home.
We came home.
What time did you come home? Let's start with that.
So our
Wait, this is the story, guys. This is the story. Nothing happened in Arizona. We go to the conference, let me come home. She does not. Let's.
flight was delayed. We were supposed to fly out at 8:45, I believe. I'd have to look at the boarding pass and get here at 11:25. And our flight got delayed, and we didn't actually take off. I want to say it was 10:20 is when we boarded the plane, and we didn't get here until 12:45 in the morning.
12:45, okay.
Monster, I love you.
I dropped her off between, I thought it was around 1:45 because I got home a little after 2. But the neighbor's security system has me dropping her off at 1:48.
Okay.
And then I went home and I didn't talk to her again that night.
Okay, and what time did you get home?
I got home a little after 2.
After
Like
2.
it was like 2:01 or 2:03.
Okay.
It wasn't like we lived really close together.
How
Okay, right there. No, she did not get home at 2:01. She most certainly did not. Where is she coming up with that 2:01 time? She's coming up with that because of when she texted who? Cassie and Shanann in the group message when she said home. So on the stand, Miss Atkinson, was it surprised you to know that you didn't get home until 2:10? But that on your way home, you just decided to, while driving, text Cassie and let her know that you were home. Is that normal for you?
far do you live?
To text people before you get home? You should have been home at 2:01 if you left at 1:48 and you pulled out, you should have been home at 2:01.
Way.
From her house to my house, I would say like 5 or 6 miles.
Okay.
It's on the other side of I-25, so
Okay.
over in Firestone.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
So then that morning, I woke up and I texted her,
Mhm.
and like I said, I asked her if she was okay, and then and then at 8:55, I texted and said, just wanted to see if you're okay. I know you were hurting a lot last night. I hope you're okay, because she was in a lot of pain on the plane. Last year in August.
I know you were hurting a lot. Now she's making an excuse for this. She's making an excuse on why she's talking about, I know that you were hurting a lot last night. It has nothing to do with the plane. It has absolutely nothing to do with the plane.
She had a neck surgery and had to have a degenerative disc fixed. So her neck was really bothering her, and because we sat in the airport extra long, she was sitting for extra long, and she was in a lot of pain. I don't know if it was that, and then she had a headache on top of it, and so.
Or that her man is plowing Nicole Kessinger. Or that her man's cheating on her, and that you guys found out that he'd been cheating for the whole time that she was in North Carolina. But that has nothing to do with why you're asking and why you were so concerned with her.
So that's why I texted her that morning, because like I said, it's not normal for her not to text me in the morning usually.
Does she have medication that she generally takes for the?
Yeah, she had, I don't know what it is, but she did have migraine medicine with her, and then she also had anti-nausea medicine with her that she was taking over the weekend.
Okay.
And they
Do migraines make her sick?
Yeah.
Like nauseated?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and she's pregnant too, so I don't know if she's taking the anti-nausea for the migraine or
There
for
is
the pregnancy.
that, yeah, right.
So, yeah. So then I didn't hear anything, and I knew she had a doctor's appointment at 9 a.m. That was the other thing. On the way home.
That's the thing. She did not have a doctor's appointment at 9 a.m. Why would her alert go off at 9:05 to remind her about her doctor's appointment? Because it wasn't at 9 o'clock in the morning.
She was saying that in the car, she said, it's going to really suck to get up in 3 hours. And I was like, that's only 5:30. Why are you getting up in 3 hours? And she's like, because Cece will be up, the baby. She's like, she's still in North Carolina time, because they had just the week prior come back from being in North Carolina for 6 weeks.
Okay. Who all was in North Carolina?
Cece, Bella, and Shanann all went out. I could look on the calendar and tell you the dates.
I'll give you the exact time that her appointment was scheduled for.
At the end of June. And then Chris went out the last week and then flew back with them. They were there.
No, she's not saying that she made it from the airport at 1:48. She's saying she would have left Shanann's because she's there. She's seen pulling out at 1:48 in the morning. And I made that drive 4 times from Shanann's driveway, 4 times that way, and then 4 times the other way. So 8 times total. And it took me 8 to 12 minutes. No more, no less. There's one light. So this should have taken a 10-minute trip, and which would have put her home, at 1:58. But her app, her 360 Life app, has her arriving at 2:10.
Let's see. We came back from San Diego on the 25th. So she flew out on the 26th of June, and then they came back. And then Chris flew out there on the 31st of July. And then they all flew back on the 7th of August.
Okay.
So
the doctor's appointment was at
that was
prenatal?
Yeah, it was a prenatal appointment.
Okay.
And so I texted her and said how her appointment went. Asked her how her appointment went. Find it again. I texted her and again at 9:21 and said, "Let me know how your appointment goes." And
9:21. 8:50, 7:45, 8:55, 9:21. Okay.
And then at 11:46, because I thought she might be busy out running errands or whatever. I mean, it wasn't like her, but
Is it unusual for her not to return texts?
yes, very unusual. Because of her business, that's how she communicates with everybody. She's constantly on Facebook, and that was the other thing. She didn't post on social media that morning. And if you go back and look through her Facebook, she has posts anywhere from 5:30 to 7 in the morning, every single morning. Every morning.
Okay. First of all, that's not true. She doesn't post in the morning, every single morning, 5:30 to 7. And those of you guys that searched her Facebook would know that.
Morning. It's very unlikely.
And she didn't on the 12th.
Correct.
Then that's unusual.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I looked on Facebook, because I hadn't been on Facebook either, I drove to Longmont around 10 to go look at a house for the other gal that was with us in Arizona. Her name's Cassie.
Okay, she says that she went to Longmont around 10 a.m. Again, not true. She went supposedly with this app. Well, she may have went at 10, but the data that she turned in as her data, she left her house at 10:41 a.m. and arrived there at 11:11 a.m.
They're supposed to be moving out here. So I went to go look at a house for them, and after I did that, I was like, I haven't heard from Shanann, have you? And she was like, no, I haven't either. She's not returning my phone calls or texts. It's like we both have called and texted her. So at 11:46, I said, I'm very worried about you.
12th.
Correct.
And then that's unusual.
Yes.
Okay.
So when I looked on Facebook, because I hadn't been on Facebook either, I drove to Longmont around 10 to go look at a house for the other gal that was with us in Arizona. Her name's Cassie.
Yes, the window is huge. The window is huge. Yes. But we're going to get into how she got into the house. We only know that the house was locked up and latched like that. Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's how it was when NA arrived there that morning. Okay. Also, remember, NA dog sat for that week, and nobody ever asked NA if she had Shanann's garage door opener from dog sitting.
They're supposed to be moving out here. So I went to go look at a house for them, and after I did that, I was like, I haven't heard from Shanann, have you? And she was like, no, I haven't either. She's not returning my phone calls or texts. Like we both have called and texted her. So at 11:46, I said, I'm very worried about you. I'm coming to your house. And the reason I decided to go to her house was because I had watched the dog Dieter, the week before. And I didn't bother Chris because I knew he figured he was at work, but I figured like, well, maybe after he left for work, she passed out or something. She's pregnant, she wasn't feeling well, something. So I was like, I'll just go to the house and see if she's there. And if her car's there, but she doesn't answer, then I'll use their code to go in. So
Again, right there, that's a story. She's explaining, okay? She's saying, well, the reason I went over there is because I dog sat and I had the code. So you wouldn't have gone over there if you didn't dog sit the week before?
I had my son with me, my 16-year-old and my 2-year-old, and I go to their house and I knocked on the door.
You tell me what 16-year-old is like, yeah, Mom, I want to go check on a house with you. On my couple of my final days before school starts of summer break. Again, you're supposed to be meeting up with promoters or a new promoter. You're supposed to be like doing work stuff, but you're going to bring your 2 kids with you. Interesting.
And I rang the doorbell, and her shoes that she had on the night before were right inside the door. And those shoes she wears everywhere. It doesn't matter if they're...
I'm saying that she would have had the garage door opener because she house sat that week prior to. And if you're meaning to give something back to somebody, give something back to somebody, and you keep forgetting to do it. Okay. Number one. Number two, she had the code. She could have just walked right into the front door. The only person that's saying that latch was like that, it made such a big deal about that latch, is Nicole Atkinson. That would mean, when Shanann came home, when she came in that night, did she go in the front door and did she put that latch over? Also the basement windows. But we have no idea. That's just Nicole's statement that, it was latched like that.
Like, unless...
Because you would latch it that way when you would leave. Because you knew that you had the code. And you're trying to hide the fact that you were in that house. So latch it and make it seem like you couldn't have gotten in there because it was latched. Why are they so adamant about going and showing, yeah, we're pumping the code in, but this latch is here, so we couldn't get through?
If it snows 3 feet, she will put on tennis.
Again, let's talk about the inconsistencies right now. Shanann's phone is in that house, is on, and it does not have any of these text messages at the times that she is saying. None of them. 7:45, 8:55, 9:21, and 11:46.
Shoes, but they're flip-flops. She wears them everywhere. So I was like, well, that's odd if she's not here. And she buys the same damn flip-flops every year because
She would have put it back. That was the whole point. Why do you think Chris came in when he first got there? Why do you think Chris opened up the garage or opened up the Lexus? What do you think he was looking for? He wanted to know how the hell Nicole Atkinson could have been in that house. And he was looking to see where Shanann's garage door opener was. That's what he was looking for. And so when he saw that it was in there, but it was on the passenger side, it was not on the driver's side. Who would put could you decide to put your garage door opener on your passenger side? Sure, I guess. You know how many cars I'm in and I don't see their person's garage door opener on that side? But somebody putting it back there quickly and being lazy and going in on that side. Okay. You said the garage door opener. Yeah. Garage door opener. If I'm going to have somebody house sit for me, I'm not going to, I would rather have them have my garage door opener than give them the code to my house every day, all day, right? And guess what? That can all be proven because that's how cool Vivin is that all the time that Nicole was there house sitting, that information would be available to see how is she getting in, because when you punch the code in, you know, it would register all that the week prior to. And I could actually have my own code. You could have a code. I could set up a bunch of different codes so that way then not only do I know that the door was open, but I could tell what code was used to open the door. Oh, I don't think you're here to argue. I don't think anyone's here to argue. What up, Mia? Okay. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to show you that these text messages are not in evidence the way that she's saying. These being staggered like this, that's not how they came in. They came in all together, one after the other. Then she goes to look for a house for Cassie in Longmont. She takes her kids. Then she decides that she is going to go. She has a reason for what she's doing versus just like, well, why'd you go over there? I hadn't heard from her, so I just drove by. Not, oh, well, I had watched the dogs the week before, so I had the code. Well, why would you need the code? You can't go over there without the code? It's a story. You don't need a reason to go check on your friend. I didn't hear from her, so I drove over there. Great. That's normal.
Name they are.
I don't. I have a picture of them.
Can you send me some of this stuff?
Yeah.
If you have a picture of the flip flops, that'd be great. And do you know how to do
Yeah.
screen?
And see what I would love to know? She said that she took a picture of the shoes. I want to know what time that picture was taken. Metadata would be on that picture, and it would tell you the location of where that picture was taken and the time that it was taken. And I would love to know what time the flip-flop picture was taken. But they didn't take Nicole's phone, or if they did, they never released it.
Screenshots.
Mm-hmm.
Can you send me
my text?
Those texts?
Yeah.
Also, that would be perfect. If you could send them to that phone number I called you on, that would be great. What color are these flip flops?
They're black.
Are they like regular between the toe flip flops?
Yeah.
Okay. And those were inside the door, and you could see them.
Yeah, I could see them because the way their door is, it's a door, and then there's two glass panels on each side.
Okay.
So I knocked, I rang the doorbell.
And she always wears those.
All the time.
Nothing else.
I mean, she wears other shoes, like if she goes out on a date or something, she'll wear other shoes, but she's always in those flip flops.
Okay.
Like we went to Arizona, and that's the only shoes she brought with her.
Okay.
And then. Oh, so she didn't answer. I knocked. She rang the doorbell. She didn't answer. And then I tried the code. I didn't even think to look for the car yet, but I tried the code. And then when I went to open the door, they have one of those locks like you have in a hotel room up top.
Oh yeah.
So that was
thing that flip over.
That was flipped. So I couldn't get in. But I mean, you could stick your arm in, but you couldn't get in.
Right.
So I was like, okay.
So you have the code for the door.
I do have the code for the door.
Okay.
But I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't get in.
Okay.
So then I was like, why would they flip this lock?
Why would they flip this lock? Right there, that's a tell. Why would they flip this lock? That's saying that Shanann doesn't flip it. Shanann doesn't flip it. That's what she's basically, why would they flip this? Listen to this.
The only time I know of them flipping that lock is when Cece, their 3-year-old, tries to escape. or I mean, I don't know if they flip it at night because I'm never there when they go to bed, but the only time I've seen them use it is when they're on the inside of the house. To keep Cece from going outside, because she's at that age where she can open the door and she escapes. So the lock was flipped, and I was like, I yelled.
They have a gate. They lock the kids in the room. They have a gate. Now they need this latch.
Through the door, nobody answered me, and then I told Nicholas, my son, I was like, because the garage panels where you can see in, it was too high for me. I'm like, come look and see for cars in the garage. And he couldn't, so then I backed my car up and pulled it up closer to the garage, and he stood on my hood to look and see, and her car was in the garage. And I'm like, why would, like, in the back door they have a sliding glass door too that you can see from the front door, and they have one of those things that comes down. That was locked
Key
too.
bar.
Yeah. That was locked too, and I'm like, and the dog was put up, and I don't know if they cage him all the time, but as far as I know, they only do it when they leave the house, so I don't know. And then I don't remember at what point I mean, I could look at my phone, but I did call Chris and said, I was like, Chris, I'm worried about Shanann. She's not at home.
Okay, that did not happen. Here we go. The phone records, that didn't happen. That's a flat out lie right there. She never called Chris. Chris called her every single time. The phone records show that. I think she's referring to, because remember, this is like, she's referring to once she got in the house, she saw how Dieter was in the basement. Okay, we're talking about facts. We're talking about what we can eliminate here. Is that statement true? No, that is not a true statement. Did she text at 7:45, 8:55, 9:21, 11:46? No. These are not reflective in the phone records at all. Those times. I'm not saying she didn't text her, but those times and Shanann's phone being on, it's not there. They're not there.
Or I said her car's here, but she's not at home. And do you know where she's at? Like, it's not. I haven't heard from her this morning. He then told me that she did not take the girls to daycare and they were going on a play date. And then I turned around and I was like, well, if they went on a play date, why doesn't she have her car? And then he proceeded to tell me, he's like, I don't know what Shanann's told you or hasn't told you, or if you know any of this, but he's like, and I'm not trying to bring you into our personal stuff, but me and Shanann are separating and we're going to sell the house. And at which point I said, Chris, your personal stuff is none of my business. That's not my concern right now. Either your wife and you will work things out or you won't. But where is your wife?
Okay, that conversation right there, that's the conversation that Cassie had, not NA. But she was on three-way. She's reciting what Cassie, okay, and Chris, what those two people talked about. You know how I know? Because it's exactly what Cassie's texts say. It's exactly what Cassie's texts say to him. Remember, she's on three-way. When Cassie called Chris, she's on three-way. They're all on three-way.
Because she doesn't, like, she goes everywhere in that car. She paid for by the company. Like, it was just odd to me that the car was there.
Does she have any other mode of transportation?
No, that's her only vehicle.
Okay.
The only other vehicle they have is his work truck, and he's not allowed to drive anybody in it but him.
Okay.
Like, he will drive home from work, drop off the truck, and pick up the other car to go get the kids from school if he has to.
Okay. What time did you call Chris?
She's saying that she texted her. She's not saying that she is Facebook messaging her. And she provides, I mean, these are very detailed times. Here we go. Listen to this part right here.
I called him at 12:27.
12:27. Nope, he called you.
And I called him twice. He didn't answer, and then I called again.
Check this out, though. Ready for this? They talked before 12:27. Why is she leaving out the call before that? Why is she leaving out the call before 12:27? Ready? Ding, 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 ding. Because she can't talk about any of the calls before 12:20 because she's not there yet. You know how sick this is? They talked before 12:27. You guys do know that, right? Because Chris called because of the doorbell alert at 12:10. Why isn't she mentioning that?
We had that conversation.
That's what you said, that they
she
were
was on a play date. And I was like, okay, but like, if they're on a play date, how'd she get them there? Because they're both in car seats.
Right.
He's like, well, a friend must have picked them up or something. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I'm busy and I'm at work. He's like, and because I was messing with the door, I set off the alarm system. So they called him at work. And he's like, are you messing with the door? I said, yeah, I tried to get in your house because I'm worried about your wife. And he was like, he's like, she's not playing again. I'll tell you, I'm at work. He's like, I'll try and contact her. And he hung up. So then I went and locked the front door, and my son was messing with the garage door, and I told him.
So I went and locked the front door. It's already locked. What? What, homie? What do you mean you went and locked the front door? I thought it was already locked. Thought you couldn't get in.
Told him to stop it, and he set the alarm off again. And then Chris called again and said, "Are you still at my house?" And I told him no because we were leaving, but we left because I'm like, okay, well, let's go see if she went to her doctor's appointment because I'm trying to like.
Okay. So let me make sure that I get this straight. You're setting off alarms, and you don't think that Vivint calls the. Where's the Vivint call to say, or to send dispatch to have cops come there? If you're setting off an alarm, you have to contact the owner and make sure that it was a false alarm or whatever. Otherwise, you dispatch police. You dispatch police. Where was the dispatch? I know, right? I want you to hear this right here again. This is, can't get much better than this right here. I just figured I want to do this again because I did this on Jay for Justice's show. And she was just probably too high to comprehend what I was talking about. So
At work, he's like, and because I was messing with the door, I set off the alarm system. So they called him at work, and then he's like, "Are you messing with the door?" I said, "Yeah, I tried to get in your house because I'm worried about your wife." And he was like, he's like, "She's not playing again." I'll tell you, I'm at work. He's like, "I'll try and contact her," and he hung up. So then I went and locked the front door, and my son was messing with the garage door, and I told him to stop it, and he set the alarm.
So I went and locked the front door. What? You did? Wait, what? It's locked, boo? Oh, you just mean like instead of just closing it, you then went back over there? Is what she's trying to say. And she went back over to the front door because she was going to punch in the code to then lock it so that they had that extra layer of protection. Now, this is where a Vivint expert would come onto the stand and explain all of that. About what type of notifications would happen, things of that nature. But
Alarm off again.
we'll
And Chris
continue
called
on.
again and said, "Are you still at my house?" And I told him no because we were leaving, but we left because I'm like, okay, well, let's go see if she went to her doctor's appointment because I'm trying to like maybe, I don't know, maybe she did go on a play date. Who knows? So I drove to the doctor's office because I doctor there too, and I know they're not supposed to give out personal, and they didn't give out personal information. Like I'm seeing it, I know the whole HIPAA laws and all of that.
Okay, right here. We're going to slow this back down because this is important. So we're going to go normal speed. We're going to go right here again, right where she gets real. Shit gets real right here. Now, I went to the doctor's office. I did the same thing that I did with everything. I clocked it. I had my 360 Life app and I documented everything. So let's go right here. Start right here.
And my son was messing with the garage door, and I told him to stop it, and he set the alarm off again. And then Chris called again and said, "Are you still at my house?" And I told him no because we were leaving, but we left because I'm like, okay, well, let's go see if she went to her doctor's appointment, because I'm trying to like maybe, I don't know, maybe she did go on a play date. Who knows? So I drove to the doctor's office because I doctor there too, and I know they're not supposed to give out personal, and they didn't give out personal information. Like I'm seeing it, and I know the whole HIPAA laws and all of that. I just walked up to him and I said, I know you're not supposed to tell me this. I get it. I don't need other information. I just need to know if Shanann Watts showed up for her doctor's appointment. And the lady looked at me and I was like, please, I just need to know if I need to be concerned. And if she didn't show up for that appointment, I know I need to be concerned. And she told me she didn't show up for the appointment.
Okay. What time were you at the doctor's office? Do you remember?
Well, if I called Chris at 12:27, it's probably like 15 minutes from their house. I can give you the address of the doctor's office.
Yeah, if you know it.
It's 6, yeah, because I go there all the time. It's 651 Mitchell Way.
It's 611 Mitchell Way. Not 651, it's 611.
And it's in Erie, Colorado.
So let's just go ask him. Let's go ask him if she was there. So she's saying she got out of her vehicle, walked in, had a talk with the receptionist, right? Well, the receptionist was Susie. I would love to know what Susie said about that. Because if you look at her 360 Life app, that's not what happened. Her 360 Life app is continuous. It leaves the house. It leaves Shanann's at 12:47, exactly when the app leaves. Her son's driving, and leaves at 12:47, and it doesn't have an end point and a start point, because that means that the vehicle never stopped. That means the vehicle did not make enough of a stop. Like obviously, if you stop at a red light or something like that, but your vehicle has to register enough of a stop to break up. But it registers if you get out of your vehicle with your phone and you start walking, it senses that. This is a smart device. Okay. What a thought process, right? Yeah, it's on. The captions is on. I have to just move that. When I highlight someone's thing, you can't see it. So the caption's usually underneath it. But I can. So here we go. But yeah, so I drove that, and for you to make it in the time that she did, you don't have time to get out of your vehicle and quote unquote bribe this woman to tell you if she came or not. Give that whole spiel, then get back in the car. You know what I mean? There's no end point. It just goes. It starts at Shanann's house with a little dot, and it comes right back. It's not broken up. It's a stage drive, because that's how they had to act like they knew that she didn't go. so they could say this. I'm looking up through the chat here. What's up to the moon? What? Okay, here we go.
And you think you're there 1 o'clock-ish, maybe?
Let's see. Cassie called me when I was leaving there and I was heading back at 12:40. So yeah, I would say around 12:30, 12:40.
Okay, 12.
Because I got 2 cold phone calls from our friends because they both wanted to know what was going on.
Okay. So you think it's about 15 minutes between their house and the doctor's office?
Mm-hmm.
So we call it 12:45? Would that be accurate, you think?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, I'll call it, how about 12:40 to 12:45?
Okay.
Does that sound
Okay.
accurate to you?
Yeah, well, I left the house. When I called Chris is when I left the house shortly thereafter, and that was at 12:27. So.
Okay. All right. I don't want to put words.
No, I know. So then, after I left the doctor's office, I was like, okay, something's seriously wrong. So, because I've been in contact with Cassie and Christina all morning, because these are people that would normally talk to her every day.
Okay, this has gone on for 25 minutes and 44 seconds. Has she mentioned Cece or Bella yet?
I called them. I'm like, what do I do? Chris said she's with a friend, and they were like, go back to the house and call the cops. So then I did. I drove back to the house, and I called Chris again. I said, I'm going back. Well, I texted Shanann again. I don't mean to jump around.
That's okay. I'm with you.
There's just, I don't get it. I texted her, this is when I left the doctor's office, at 12:47. I texted her, I said, I've been to your house, you won't open the door, your alarm's set, your shoes are sitting inside, your...
That's not when that text happens. That text happens at 12:47 is when she's leaving to go to the doctor's. So, but listen to what she says. She's making it seem like she says this when she left the doctor's, I believe.
I texted her, this is when I left the doctor's office, at 12:47.
This is when I left the doctor's office at 12:47. Do you see how every time she's alluding from the fact, anything that has to do with the Vivint alerts and stuff, she's at 12:47, you're pulling away from the house. It's on camera, and the Life 360 app that actually you turned in was your son's data, and he is driving your vehicle. He's in there with you. He's driving, you're in the passenger seat. You're texting at 12:47 when you left the house. But she wants to say that this is when she left the doctor's office. Why? Because she wants to make it seem like that she left the house a lot sooner because of all the Vivint alerts.
I texted her, I said, I've been to your house, You won't open the door. Your alarm's set. Your shoes are sitting inside. Your car's home. I'm very concerned about you right now. I need you to text me or call me. I just want to know you're okay. If you don't want to talk to nobody, you don't want to be around anybody, I get it. It's fine. I just need to know you're okay. And she didn't respond. So I was driving back to her house at that point.
Okay.
And then Cassie had called Chris and told Chris that he needed to go to.
Meanwhile, she's texting her this while she has her cell phone, while she has Shanann's cell phone, and doesn't realize, holy shit, the phone sent the do not disturb shit. And then guess who else then does the texting? Amanda Thayer. And she texted at 12:57, and she got that response as, I'm driving. I'll let you know when I get where I'm going.
To his house.
And who's Cassie?
She's one of the other Thrive promoters, but we're all friends. She was in Arizona with us.
Okay.
She lives in Arizona.
Oh, she does? Okay.
Yeah.
And who is Christina?
Christina's also another friend, but she lived with Chris and Shanann for 6 weeks when she had her neck surgery. She lives in Hawaii, and she flew out here with her daughter and lived with Shanann for the 6 weeks when she had her neck surgery.
Okay, but neither of them are actually here.
No.
Okay.
That's why they were on the phone with me, because I called one of them and was like, have you, either one of you heard from Shanann? Because I hadn't heard from her either. So I started reaching out to people like, okay, if somebody's heard from her, at least then I don't have to worry.
Right. Okay, so you text her at 12:47 and you're going to her house.
Right.
What happens now?
So then I'm talking to, within all of this time frame, I talked to Chris. I think I called Chris again. I talked to Cassie, and she said that she had talked to Chris, and he was supposed to be at his house and be there in 30 minutes. And I was like, well, I'm on my way back. So I called.
She didn't call Chris, not once. He called her every time. How about, did you ask Chris, hey, Chris, where are your kids? Chris, can you call the school? Chris, can you call the school and check and see if Shanann at least dropped the kids off at Primrose? If they were supposed to go there, hey, Chris, can you call Primrose and see if the girls were dropped off? Why wouldn't anybody say that to him? Well, let's just make sure that the girls are at school. Let's find where the girls are. Especially knowing that y'all called. Oh, wait. Because they're saying, oh, Chris said the girls are on a play date.
Chris at 12:41.
12:49, you said?
12:41.
12:41.
12:41. She still hasn't left. She still has not left. And 12:41 is an amazing time because guess what? 12:42 is the Vivian alert. And how I found that out is because it's in Shanann's, the gang unit posted it and put it in there. So she's saying there's a phone call at 12:41 that she called Chris again at 12:41. And then she's going to catch herself here. She's like, oh, none of this makes any sense. Watch.
I called him at 12:41.
Okay. Did you talk to him at that point?
I can't remember if I talked to him or he didn't answer.
Okay.
I don't remember because I called him again at 1:31 because by this time I'd already been back to the house.
Okay.
And Cassie had said that he was coming back and he'd be there in 30 minutes. So that was in the time frame that I was driving back to the house.
Okay.
So I don't remember if I don't remember if I talked to him, to be honest with you, at the 12:41.
Okay.
But I did talk to him at 1:31 because he wasn't home yet and he should have been there if it was only going to take him 30 minutes.
Right.
So, and by that time, I called the Frederick Police Department at 1:31 because I called Chris at 1:31. I called Chris and said, Chris, where are you? You said you were going to be here in 30 minutes. He's like, I'm on my way. I'm on L70. I'm 45 minutes out. I said, well, I'm calling the police. Do a health wellness check. And I honestly couldn't tell you at that point what he said or didn't say.
Okay.
The phone call was, I don't even know. We'll tell you details. And I honestly couldn't tell you at that point what he said or didn't say.
Okay.
The phone call was, I don't even know. We'll tell you details. I had an incoming call at 12:41 and it lasted for 42 seconds. I think that was him calling me to ask me if I was still at the house messing with.
He called you every time. So wait, he's to ask if you're still at the house.
The door.
At 12:41.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then at 1:31, I called him, and that's when I told him that, like, you're not here. And then he still wasn't at the house. By 1:52, I called again and was like, where are you? But I had already called the police then, and they were on
What
their
time
way.
did you call the police?
1:33.
Did you call 911 or the regular line?
Okay, so she's saying that she called Chris at 1:31 and that she called the police at 1:33.
We called the non-emergency line because I didn't know whether they would consider that emergency or not, so I looked up the non-emergency line and called it.
Okay.
And then
So then 1:52, you said you got another phone call? Or you
I called
Chris
him again and I was like, where are you? Because the police were there and they wanted to know how far out he was because we couldn't get in the house. The police couldn't even get in the house.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I don't want to break down the door if she's not in there. So the police officer did. So he was checking windows and stuff and trying to figure out how he could get in. And then he said he was like 10 or 15 minutes out or whatnot. I really don't remember.
Okay.
It was a very short conversation. I can tell you how long it lasted. I was on the phone with him for 17 seconds, so if that tells you.
Sure. That's short.
Yeah. So then Chris gets there, and the police officer was like, do you know where your wife is? And he's like, no. He's like, well, can you open your door so we can go inside? And he wasn't there yet. And then I called her mom, because her mom had lived there too. So I called Cassie, because Cassie stayed with her, and then her mom stayed with her. So I was trying to get anybody to give us a code for the garage, because that was the only way to get in. So I let Chris go, and then I called her mom, and her mom didn't know what was going on. And I was like, Sandy, do you have a code to Shan and Chris's garage door? And she was like, she started giving me numbers, but none of them worked. And then
Yeah, the only issue is that the whole trip in totality to go to the doctors and back, it was only 25 minutes. And that's how long it would take you to do it. Because like I said, I did it. That's how long it would take you to do it if you literally just drive there and drive right back, because it's 13 minutes both ways. It's 26 minutes normally. And so she did that trip in 25 minutes. How is that possible? Mario Andretti must have been driving, but Nick was driving. Again, an inexperienced driver. He's 16 years old. I doubt he's blowing gaskets out there. And you had to talk to the people. Again, this was a staged drive-by, without a doubt. Nick's driving. She's in the passenger seat. She has none of these times correct, because she's avoiding anything to be said about how many times that the actual Vivint alerts were going off. It wasn't just once. That Vivint system was alerting. And when I say alerts, those are like, front door open, garage door open, stuff like that. Let's see.
course, had to tell her what was going on, and I didn't call her before that because I didn't want to upset her if there was nothing to upset her about. So, and then Chris showed up and let us in.
Okay. How did he let you in?
He opened the garage door.
Okay. So
And it didn't dawn on.
I'm sorry. There's a front door and then a back sliding.
Our Audi was because we
Okay.
couldn't get in the house. The police couldn't even get in the house.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I don't want to break down the door. She's not in there. So, the police officer did. So he was checking windows and stuff and trying to figure out how he could get in. And I honestly couldn't tell you at that point what he said or didn't say.
Okay.
The phone call that she had talked to Chris and he was supposed to be at his house and be there in 30 minutes. And I was like, well, I'm on my way back. So I called Chris at 12:41.
12:49. You said.
12:41.
12:41.
I called him at 12:41.
Okay. Did you talk to him at that point?
I can't remember if I talked to him or if he didn't answer.
Okay.
I don't remember because I called him again at 1:31 because by this time I'd already been back to the house.
Okay.
And Cassie had said that he was coming back and he'd be there in 30 minutes. So that was in the time frame that I was driving back to the house.
Okay.
So I don't remember if I talked to him, to be honest with you, at the 12:41.
Okay.
But I did talk to him at 1:31 because he wasn't home yet and he should have been there if it was only going to take him 30 minutes.
Right.
So, and by that time, I called the Frederick Police Department at 1:31.
Let me just make sure everybody knows this. This is very important. She is back at that house at 1:13. 1:11, 1:13. Which one was it? Yeah, she left at 12:47. And I'll show you guys what I mean by this. And she went to the doctor's. $16-mile drive, 12:47 to 1:13. You see how there's just one of the dots there? That's the starting and ending spot. Okay. See how there's two dots here? One's the start spot, one's the end spot. Okay. And then as you're driving somewhere, and then you're there for from 1:13 to 3:46. Okay. But this is because the drive stopped. That's why there's a start and a stop. 2 points. This is, look at, that's where that's the doctor's is. There should be this. That should be here. Okay. It's just this. Goes, swings right back. Because that's what they needed to use to say that's how they knew that she didn't have a doctor's appointment. Not because of the phone. Because everybody was saying they were so worried about her because of her doctor's appointment. Now, my question then is, 1:13, you arrive back at the Watts home. What was she doing? Remember, listen to what she's saying right here and when she calls the cops. Listen to what she says when she calls the cops. You didn't call the cops, supposedly, until what you're going to try to tell us is 1:33. Okay? What did you do while you were sitting out for, what, 15 minutes? Meanwhile, alerts were going off at the house. The door and stuff. And I think I can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that I question. Hold on here. Now, you have to listen again to what she's saying here. This is all lies.
12:41.
12:49, you said?
12:41.
12:41.
I called him at 12:41.
Okay. Did you talk to him at that point?
I can't remember if I talked to him or he didn't answer.
Okay.
I don't remember because I called him again at 1:31 because by this time I'd already been back to the house.
Okay.
And Cassie had said that he was coming back and he'd be there in 30 minutes. So.
Now, I'll prove it for you. This is what I made. Okay. $12:17, Vivian alert. 12:18, Chris Watts calls NA and talks on the phone. This is the stuff she doesn't want to tell you about. This is the timeline transaction that was left out. Why would Josh text Watts, have you talked to Shanann? The girls are worried at that time. Picture of a flower. This is all on his phone. Vivian alert. This is 12:10. But I left this blank because they left it out on purpose. But this is 12:10. See how it fits between it? And guess what it's for? The first Vivian alert. The second Vivian alert. And how I got to 12:10 was Chris's own witness statement that he typed up or that he wrote out. He wrote it out. Okay, he was using his phone to do it. But they left it out on purpose because this shows that she was there before the app gets there at 12:20. Okay, the Vivian alert, again, 12:17. Okay, because it's her walking out the door. Then this is her faking, opening the door to say, oh, it doesn't work. Using the punch key. Then he immediately calls her because when she does this, the camera catches her because she walks out the door, but from the inside out. And so then the ring catches her, and it picks up somebody being right there, whether or not they touch anything. Just like Shanann didn't touch anything. And how did that ring pick up Shanann coming home that night? Because it detects so many feet away. Okay. Then he called because she showed up on the ring. He called her. Watts then texts Josh back because Josh had texted him. They go back and forth, and this is in sequence. Watts called NA again for 2.5 minutes. This is the first one that she wants Bumhauer to think that happened. Why wouldn't she message this call? They talk on the phone, 12:18, because she's not supposed to be there yet because her app isn't there yet. And he was watching to see what she was doing before, he called, which is then she tried to, again, do the, anyways. Watts calls her. Okay. Then he says, Ann Meadows group text messages. Addie texts Watts. Is Shanann okay? Why is everybody waiting until a certain point? Everybody just starts bombarding Chris. Cassie says to watch. Shanann is not in a good emotional place. This is the 12:42 Vivint alert. Shanann had the same alert in her phone, but they left it out. Look at, they left it out of his timeline transactions on purpose. Why? Why would the gang unit not report that? It's in her phone. It's in his phone. That was the garage door closing, opening. I believe it was closing though. Cassie says, well, you know, Cassie says, I'm worried about her. Chris Watts texts Cassie. Chris Watts then leaves 2 out. Watts texted Ann Meadows, basement unfinished, no other upgrades. Cassie texts Watts, only concern is his damn wife. Cassie texts that Nikki is calling the police at 1:03. This is all from his phone. Cassie texts that she is broken emotionally, high blood sugar that she has. This is all this text. Ann Meadows suggesting this house. Then this is left out. A timeline transaction is left out. Watts told Cassie, I'm going home. I'm on my way. Don't call the police. Watts told Cassie, I will be there in 45 minutes. If you add 45 minutes out of that, he was only a little bit after that. Acting like he kept saying he was like on his way. No, he wasn't saying that. They left this time out, which is between 1:07 and 1:13. Okay. That means that this could have happened at 1:13. But if you actually, that's what I thought. But guess what it is? It is the actual, see Netflix, the actual phone time of the stage text. This is the actual time that Chris texts Shanann. McCoy, is everything okay? Meadows asks if Watts is preferred a 3-car garage. Left out. NA calls Watts at 1:31. NA calls Watts. Okay. And I have it down as 1:33 police call. Because that's what she claimed. That's what NA said. The Frederick Police Department arrives at 1:36. Does anybody else see that? And why that doesn't make sense? When I show you guys the 911 or the call and then the dispatch out, why do all these have to be left out? NA does not call the police until she gets back into that house to put Shanann's phone under that pillow. Okay. And then they come out. That's why all of this has to be like this. They were setting off alerts left and right. Okay. Why would this is a murder or a missing person gone murder investigation, and then you're going to release this discovery. Why would you have to leave any of this out? If it's like that, if it's dark out, that means the gang unit left it out on purpose. I was able to fill it in by investigating with all the different discoveries, parts of it. Okay. So what kind of questions do you guys have? Probably a ton. I have a question, Lana, at 1:48. Wouldn't there be a timeline transaction? There is. It also depends on push notifications. So I want to show you guys something. Okay. I want you guys to see something. Okay. This is Shanann's timeline. This is what they give us, and all of a sudden, after the doctor's office call, they go ahead and they don't fill any of this in, but I counted how many there possibly would have been before it gets to, you know, this is 210. But this is how many there were. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay? 30. 30 timeline transactions before when her phone turns on and all of this starts happening with like the 212, and then everything just starts coming in because it was, turned off at some point, right? This means that all of these timeline transactions, okay, occurred before the first 211. And what was going on during that time? That would have been Ann Meadows. That would have been the real times that NA was messaging? Or did she never message? The Vivint alerts. But why? Let me ask you this. Why do you have to leave all this out? I'll tell you why. Because what it's going to show is it's going to show that nobody after this point of her friends bothered calling or texting her phone. Why? Because they knew that she didn't have it. So nobody, like her mom, you're not calling her phone, you're not texting her phone because you were told that she didn't have it. They knew that she didn't have it. Okay. So if you add up all these like I just did, and there's 30, then what I did is I went to Chris's. Well, let's see what happens during Chris's, during those times. And that's what this is. Alert Vivint, alert Vivint, alert Vivint, alert Vivint, alert Vivint, Vivint alert. Like, because you have to think of this. What did NA say she did when she went over there? They punched in the keypad, right? And they tried to gain like access to the home. I want you to see this. Hold on. They didn't want us to see what it was alerting, though. For example, all right, where does it say panel? Right here, 12:17. Watts's phone received an alert from his Vivint panel. You see panel? Is you have an expert that's going to testify? Do you know what panel means? That means inside the house. Keypad would be outside the house keypad. You'd have somebody asking, and when they were testify, what does it mean when there's a panel alert? What would that mean? That means that somebody pushed something into, if you have, for example, isn't this my panel? Is that my panel? Panel. Okay. These messages were also found in Shanann's phone, likely sent as a group text by Ann. That's exactly what they were. They were in a group text message. So every message that Ann and Chris had was going through to Shanann's phone, right? So then I counted. All of those transactions, right? So all of this stuff that they left out and left it blank on purpose, I had to try to figure out what could this possibly be. And so then I started taking Chris's. What you do is you take Chris's. This is Chris's, right? Where's his? Chris's. Right here. This is Chris's. This is how I started filling it in. These ones were left out of his time. So between 10:33, 10:42, 3 were left out. Between 10:42 and 10:44, 2 were left out. Between 10:28 and 10:33, 1 was left out. And 2 were left out between 8:25 and 8:26, which was the Google to Primrose and then calling Primrose. Which, why would you have to leave that out? Who gives a shit? Now, right here, left out 12:10. That was the alert, alerting him that somebody was at his door because the camera picked up. Right here, Ann Meadows began. 12:27. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. They only show 6 text messages of the Ann Meadows, Chris, and Shanann three-way. Why? $12.27. 1, 2, 3. This is a continuation because that starts it, and that just she took a separate picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, it goes 1, 2, and then it goes over here, but they try to put it in this order, and it's the wrong order. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is your welcome. 12 is your welcome. See, you're welcome. 13, 14, 15. So there's 15. Trust me, I had to dig through all of this. So then I went back to this and I said, it didn't matter where these came and where they're going, but we're going to count 15 of these spots for Meadows and Chris. So now we're down to 15 spots total that is left. There's 30 unaccounted for before this comes in. And actually, Chris comes in at 2:12, which was only because the phone was off at the time he did it. So now we can go down to now there's 14 unaccounted spots, right? And then we know that, oh, wait, Amanda Thayer texted her, right? Amanda Thayer wrote a message and then 2 went back because it came in 2 separate that I'm driving when I get to where I'm going, and that actually was 2 text messages back. And Amanda Thayer's to her was 1. So right there, that's 3. So Amanda Thayer takes up 3 of these. And now we're at 11. Okay. Then what did the gang unit tell us? That at 12:42, they found in Shanann's phone that same timeline transaction that Chris had at 12:42. It was the alert. So Shanann's getting certain alerts that are coming to her phone. Okay. And so what do? Now we're down to 10 because the 12:42 one. 12:42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because all this stuff right here, nothing. This is not involving his phone. Like, it's just only going to be involving his phone. I've already included the Ann Meadows text. That's only going to be involving his phone. Only going to be involving his phone. Already used the Meadows. Those are 10 Vivint alerts to here. Because remember, when does her phone get shut off? Her phone gets shut off between 12:57 p.m. and 1:18 p.m. So I can only go down to like right here. Possible. And then there is your account of Shanann's missing. But they wouldn't give us. I got it for myself because I'm a badass. Right here. Where's Shanann's? Okay, here we go. There's 30 missing timeline transactions until her phone gets turned back on. Okay, 30. And I just showed you what it is. Now, you know what this means? I'm going to tell you what this means. This means that none of her friends texted, called. There's no room for it. There's no timeline transactions available. When her phone was on, okay, that's why they're not showing any of it. Because if they were to show her shit, you would then see that nobody called her. Nobody texted her. Not her family, not her friends. She was in a 3-way with Ann Meadows. Those were registering in her phone and coming through at the time that they were supposed to. They couldn't show the Vivint alert going crazy, just like they didn't show it on Chris's stuff. Look at, they didn't show it on Chris's. They refused to show it on Chris's. Why wouldn't you call anybody? Why wouldn't you text anybody? Because you know that they don't have their phone. Because somebody told you that. But guess who they didn't tell in time? Amanda Thayer. Because she texted. And guess what? Nicole Atkinson forgot to shut the phone off. And if you make a text while you're driving to Shanann's phone, what does it do? It alerts you with that I'm driving text back. And that's why Amanda Thayer got that text message back. And why does Nicole Atkinson's all those texts come in at once all together? Because she texted it all together after her phone was off, which would mean she texted her between 12:57 and 1:18. And isn't that just interesting? Before she called the police, while she was doing the staging to go to the doctor's office, she gets back. They go back into that house. What was she doing? Why didn't she call the police? You know, she says, yeah, when I got back to the house, I called the police. No, you didn't. You got back to the house at 1:13. You didn't call the police until what time? 1:39? Because it was like a 7-minute phone call. 7 or 11-minute phone call. He's got me open like 7-Eleven. It is a snowstorm over here too. No, she is not caught backing out of the driveway at 2:10. No, she's not. She's caught backing out of the driveway at 1:48. 2:10 is when she makes a text message saying that she's home, but she's not. Anyways, if this should be, again, the reason that they just had to black all this stuff out and not show us what was going on with Shanann's phone is because it would show you that none of these people, look at, why would Cassie stop texting at 10:03? Why did Addie Maloney not make one text or call to her friend? I thought she was looking for all everyone's looking for you. Christina meets all these people. There are nothing. I just showed you what they were. And Meadows in a 3-way, the Vivint alerts, and there's only going to be certain alerts that is going to go to Shanann's phone. Okay? Because it depends on how you have your push notification set up. Of course she was in the house. I think that she should have been in the house. I'm asking why she has to not be honest about how it all went down. And then you're listening to this this interview, and I can point out 47 times that she's lying. 47. It's a lot of times, I don't want to say the word lie. She messes up 47 times. She's inaccurate 47 times. It's a lot of times. Why is nobody calling her? Her phone was on. Her phone is on. Nobody's calling, or no one's texting, or no one's like, Shanann, where are you? Cassie did twice. Twice. That's it. Because I proved it that there is no more room for anybody else to have been calling because of the Meadows 3-way. You got Chris messages her a couple times. And then you got Vivint alerts. Good afternoon, Mrs. Wilson. Now, so when people say, I want to know what's on Shanann's phone, I want to know what's on Shanann's phone, I want to see Shanann's phone. Well, I would want to see her Google, but I just showed you what was on Shanann's phone. There's only 30 timeline transactions that are missing that they don't want to give us during a crucial point. And it should be like 50 or 60 if those people are really calling her and blowing her up. And they're just not. And it's not because they're not concerned about Shanann. It's because they know that Shanann does not have her phone. You don't call somebody, you don't text somebody. If I know you don't have your phone, why would I call it? But as a mom, I would, just because I would still be like, well, I'm calling it anyways. But then I would say, okay, well, I don't know where then that friend would be like, well, Lana, I'll answer it. I have his phone. I have, like, if it was my son, I'd be like, and so now here's a good question for you. If I wanted to preserve Shanann's phone and everything that's in it, okay, I have to hide it. And not only do I have to hide it, but I have to change the password. I have to change the password because I cannot let Chris get into that phone. Because what if he deletes stuff? What if he destroys it? So we're going to change the passcode because that way if he tries to get in it, he can't. And period. So now, so now you got to ask yourselves, do you believe that Shanann changed it in Arizona, which makes no sense, in my opinion? Or do you think that NA changed it? And guess what? That answer is findable. In fact, one of the officers, the detectives, say, well, when was the password changed? You'd be able to find that out when you would do her phone search. And do you guys know why? I left it open here. Do you know why they wanted to talk to NA again? Why Tammy Lee wanted to talk to NA again? It's because they got back the stuff from Anadarko. And it was, they have Chris's phone. Well, they got the Anadarko stuff. They got his GPS, all that stuff. But they had Shanann's. And what they noticed is that Shanann's phone didn't go with Chris. Shanann's phone wasn't pinging off of towers out in the boons. Shanann's phone was pinging off of towers right there close by her home. So that meant that Chris didn't have her phone. Somebody else did. And that's why they wanted to talk to, that's why Tammy Lee wanted to talk to NA. Because they had Shanann's phone, and they saw that his phone and her phone were not together. interview with Nicole Atkinson. Atkinson had been on a business trip with Shanann in Arizona during the weekend. Atkinson dropped off Shanann. Atkinson tried to contact Shanann several times on Monday morning via text message. And then, boom, that's it. Because they took her stuff out of there. Ugh. Let's see. What I don't get is why the person who dropped Shanann at her house did not help her take the luggage to the porch. She was spotting, dehydrated, weak, neck pain. Person just sat in the car watching Shanann walk off. And I didn't go look at any house. I actually did all the houses that were on Tulip Street. I basically contacted, or I went through all the deeds to find out what house was up for sale in August, what house was being rented in August. And I found there was one. And I reached out to the person that was the real estate agent for that. And let's just say that she wasn't going to be talking about anything. So why would NA be going to look for a house for Cassie when Cassie's supposed to be staying with Shanann? Let's go back to this whole back to this.
That was in the time frame that I was driving back to the house.
Okay.
So I don't remember if I talked to him, to be honest with you, at the 12:41.
Okay.
But I did talk to him at 1:31 because he wasn't home yet and he should have been there if it was only going to take him 30 minutes.
Right.
So, and by that time I called the Frederick Police Department at 1:31 because I called Chris at 1:31. I called Chris and said, Chris, where are you? You said you were going to be here in 30 minutes. He's like, I'm on my way. I'm on I-70. I'm 45 minutes out. I said, well, I'm calling the police to do a health and wellness check. And I honestly couldn't tell you at that point what he said or didn't say.
Okay.
The phone call was, I don't even know. I will tell you details.
So to answer your question about Stephanie, no, it's not her house.
I had an incoming call at 12:41 and it lasted for 42 seconds. I think that was him calling me to ask me if I was still at the house messing with the door.
That's 12:41.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then at 1:31, I called him and that's when I told him that, like, you're not here. And then he still wasn't at the house. By 1:52, I called again and was like, where are you? But I had already called the police then and they were on
What
their
time
way.
did you call the police?
1:33.
Did you call 911 or the regular line?
I called the non-emergency line because I didn't know whether they would consider that an emergency or not, so I looked up the non-emergency line and called it.
Okay.
See right there, she says that she called at 1:33. Why does she think that she called at 1:33? Why did she think that she called at 1:33? What do you guys think? 1:33. That's what time she said she called the police at 1:33. $1:31. NA calls Watts. 1:59 calls him again. But the police were already there with the 1:51. Now, I mean, shouldn't it be in your phone what time you called the police department? Is anybody not catching this?
And then,
So then 1:52, he said he got another phone call, or he
I
Chris
called him again and I was like, where are you? Because the police were there and they wanted to know how far out he was because we couldn't get in the house. The police couldn't even get in the house.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I don't want to break down the door if she's not in there. So, the police officer didn't. So he was checking windows and stuff and trying to figure out how he could get in. And then he said, he was like 10 or 15 minutes out or whatnot. I really don't remember.
Okay.
It was a very short conversation, and I can tell you how long it lasted. I was on the phone with him for 17 seconds, so if that tells you.
Sure. That's short.
Yeah. So then Chris gets there, and the police officer was like, do you know where your wife is? And he's like, no. He's like, well, can you open your door so we can go inside? And he wasn't there yet. And then I called her mom, because her mom had lived there too. So I called Cassie, because Cassie stayed with her, and then her mom stayed with her. So I was trying to get anybody to give us a code for the garage, because that was the only way to get in. So I let Chris go, and then I called her mom, and her mom didn't know what was going on. And I was like, Sandy, do you have a code to Shan and Chris's garage door? And she was like, she started giving me numbers, but none of them worked. And then I, of course, had to tell her what was going on, and I didn't call her before that, because I didn't want to upset her if there was nothing to upset her about. So, and then Chris showed up and let us in.
Okay. How did he let you in?
He opened the garage door.
Okay. So
And it didn't dawn on
there's a front door and then a back sliding glass door.
Yeah.
And then is there a door through the garage as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay. It didn't dawn on me at the time because he went to open the front door so we could come inside. But when we walked into the garage, or when the garage door opened, he immediately opened the car door and then bolted for the house. I've been trying to play this through my head so many times in the last 2 days.
Okay, let me see if I've got this straight. So he opens the garage door, and it's you and Chris.
The police officer,
my
16-year-old, my 2-year-old, I think, was playing in the front seat of the car still at that point. And the neighbor might have been there by that point. The neighbor came over at some point.
Okay, so the garage door goes up.
Uh-huh.
And is Chris in first?
Yeah.
Who's behind him?
I think it was the police officer and then me and my son.
Okay, so as Chris walks by, what car is in the garage?
It's a white Lexus.
Okay, is it one of the SUV type
Yeah.
vehicles? I don't
like
know.
a Ford Explorer type version.
Yeah. And so he walks along the passenger side? I'm sorry, along the driver's side?
No, passenger side.
Passenger side.
And he opens the door. And it didn't...
Front or?
Front passenger door.
Front passenger door. Okay.
And I don't know why that's sticking out of my head, but it distracted all of us because I started looking at the car and then I looked to see if the girls' car seats were in there and whatever. And then he went and opened the front door and it, I didn't even dawn to go on the front door. We all went through the garage. But he went around and opened the front door, did whatever he did. And I'm not trying to incriminate the man, I don't know what my friend
That's
is.
unusual.
And it doesn't explain things.
Okay. So.
And it didn't.
Front or?
Front passenger door.
Front passenger door.
And I don't know why that's sticking out of my head, but it distracted all of us because I started looking at the car and then I looked to see if the girls' car seats were in there and whatever. And then he went and opened the...
Wait a second. Wait. What? Wait. No, I'm done. You want to go look see if the girls' car seats were there. You already said that you looked in the freaking car and then they weren't in there because you had your son get on the hood and he looked in. And that's why you were so concerned because the girls' car seats were still in the car.
And so he walks along the passenger side? I'm sorry,
Yeah.
along the driver's side?
No, passenger side.
Passenger side.
And he opens the door. And it didn't,
Front or
front passenger door.
front passenger door?
And I don't know why that's sticking out of my head, but it like distracted all of us because I started looking at the car and then I looked to see if the girls' car seats were in there and whatever. And then he went and opened the front door and it.
No,
like,
you just got caught,
go on the front
boo.
door. We all.
Lana caught you. This is what I showed on J for Justice. Lana caught you, Boo Bear. That's a lie, folks. Right there. 1 of 47. Why would that throw you off? Now, NA and Young is involved a pastor. Lost us all. I just laugh. Okay. I mean, when everything is staged, you can't keep shit together. This is gonna happen. I mean, I give them credit. They, you know. I want to know who. Like, trust me, I caught so much shit because I was like, wait a second, she's not being honest. Leave NA alone. I'm leaving her alone. This interview, guys. This interview right here. Nobody is dead yet. Well, people are dead. But it's not. This is before anybody knows. Here we go. Now this is where a lot of the mistruths come.
Went through the garage, but he went around and opened the front door, did whatever he did. And I'm not trying to incriminate the man. I don't know what my friend
That's
is,
unusual.
and it doesn't explain things.
Okay. So let's see. So into garage. Opens front passenger door.
Mm-hmm.
You think that was an effort to delay?
I don't know. And it could just be me, like my mind. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to like replay the events of what happened. It just was odd to me. Like if we're looking for them in the house, why did you open the car door?
Yeah.
It was odd.
That is unusual. Okay, so I assume that delay wasn't very long.
No, it was probably like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. I don't even know. It wasn't that long. But we went in the house. But I know I was like, because I looked and the car seats were in there. I'm like, if she's with friends, why are the car seats here?
Mm.
Like, how many friends do you know carry around extra car seats?
Yeah, none.
So, yeah. So that's where, like, the more I thought about it since yesterday, I'm like, why did you open the car door? Like, that's something you do after the fact, I think. Like, I'd go inside and see if somebody was in there or if they were okay. So.
Okay. So then you go inside.
We're inside.
Okay. And go ahead.
And everybody kind of split. The police officer and him, like, everybody kind of split because we were looking for Cece and Bella and Shanann. Like, everybody just
That's
kinda
not
split.
true.
Because at this point, I don't know what you guys are considering this or not considering this, but at this point, we all split up and we're just looking to see if we can find them. Downstairs, upstairs.
NA moved at a snail's pace, didn't shout for Shanann, didn't shout for Cece, didn't shout for Bella. Nobody was shouting names. Split up. No. This is not what happened. That is not what the body cam show.
There's everywhere. Every room, everywhere. We're just looking. And they're nowhere in the house. They're nowhere. Like,
Okay.
nowhere.
Can you describe the house, inside to the house for me? I mean, is it in shambles? Is it
No.
messy? Is it
No,
neat?
it's clean. It's neat and
Is it
clean.
always that way?
For the most part, I mean, the girls might have a couple of toys out here or there, but no, it was really clean. Like, and Shanann's, like, I'm sure you're going to go in her house at some point. She's very OCD. Everything's labeled. It has its spots.
Okay.
It doesn't move from that spot. If it does, it gets put back in that spot. Like, yeah.
Okay. Do you notice anything unusual? Does it smell weird?
No, it just.
Is anything out of place that
I
you
mean, I could say it
notice?
felt weird, but.
Felt weird.
It felt weird.
Let's talk about feeling weird.
I don't know. By that point, it felt like it had an eerie feeling to it. My mind wasn't in a good place.
Okay.
Because it didn't. She never leaves that car. Like, that car goes everywhere with her. I mean, unless she's out of town and Chris needs the car because he has the girls, they always have that. She's always in that car. So, it was just weird to me that the car was there. Her shoes were by the front door.
Okay.
So
would it be fair to say that for her to leave the house without her shoes and that car,
it's out of character.
it's very unusual for her?
Yes. And it got worse as we went on. So we all split up and we're looking for things. And then I'm not sure how we all ended upstairs, but we all ended upstairs at one point, and Shanann makes her daughter's beds every day. Like, I've been upstairs, they have a playroom upstairs, I've seen their rooms. Those beds were not made.
Beds weren't made.
The little girls' beds were not made. Shanann's and Chris's bed was stripped.
Okay.
All of the bedding was, and I don't know if all of the bedding, but the bedding was all over in the corners of the room. And I didn't touch it, I didn't go through it, I don't know like if sheets were missing or anything like that, but all of the bedding was stripped off the bed, which I thought was weird.
Okay.
And then the police officer had asked if she had her phone on her, and we didn't know at that point. And then like 5 minutes later, my son was like rummaging through the pillows on the sofa, and he found her phone shoved down in the cushions on the sofa.
No, this is it. This is the money. What? We didn't know that she didn't have her cell phone. Wait, what? Right here.
Were missing or anything like that, but all of the bedding was stripped off the bed, which I thought was weird. And then the police officer had asked if she had her phone on her, and we didn't know at that point. And then like 5 minutes later, my son was like rummaging through the pillows on the sofa, and he found her phone shoved down in the cushions on the sofa.
Okay. All right. Let me back up to the bed real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So
Her son was rummaging through the couch cushions about 5 minutes later. Nope. 1 minute and 53 seconds later. 1 minute and 53 seconds. Finds Shanann's cell phone. We're supposed to be looking for human beings.
So just so I'm clear, so the girls' beds were not made, and that's unusual.
Yes.
Okay. And then the bedding for their bed, which I would say was a master bedroom.
Yeah. You can see it from the stairs.
Okay. And it was all stripped off and then like piled in the corner, or
Yeah, there was a pile over in like, if you were facing the room this way and the bed's right here, there was piles in the corner, both of these corners.
Okay. So it's in two corners. Okay, so was it just a bare mattress that you saw?
Yeah, there was a mattress cover on it, but like
Okay.
I don't know if it was a mattress pad or just a mattress cover, but there weren't any sheets or blankets or pillows on it.
Okay.
They were all on the floor, which I thought was odd because Shanann usually doesn't start a project unless she's going to finish a project because of her OCD-ness, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But Chris does all the laundry too, so if Chris left for work, why was the bed stripped?
Right.
And he says he takes care of all the laundry and does all the laundry. So that was the other thing. I don't know, they're silly little things, but like, why would he strip the bed before he went to work if Shanann was still there sleeping in it?
Okay. You said the pillows were on the ground too?
Yes.
Did you happen to notice if the covers were on the pillows?
I didn't.
Right there, guys. Right there, guys. That's everything. No, no, no. Mm-mm. Listen. She's saying that Chris is the only person that ever does the laundry.
What color sheets were on the bed or were laying in the pile?
They were white.
Any blankets or anything like that you noticed?
Yeah, there was blankets. I couldn't tell if that, like I said, they have like a down comforter or a duvet.
Okay.
That was on the floor. I don't know if it had an actual cover on it or not, or if it was there. Like I said, I didn't touch. I tried to touch as least as possible.
Okay.
Because, well, at that point, bad thoughts were going through my head.
Okay, so after you leave the anything else in the master bedroom that you noticed?
Well, we weren't in the master bedroom. I just saw that from I peeked in the door and saw it. I didn't
Okay.
actually go in yet. So then I turned around and the police officer had asked if she had her phone. And then Chris comes out of the master bedroom and says she left her wedding ring on the nightstand. I didn't see it on the nightstand, but he brought it out and had it in his hand.
When would NA have seen the ring? When did she have time to examine the master bedroom?
Did she have it with her
Yes.
in Arizona?
Mm-hmm. It was on her hand. I don't think, the only time I've ever seen her take it off was when she had her neck surgery.
Okay.
Because she can't have jewelry on when you have surgery.
All right. Tell me any more about the phone.
So my son.
Wait a second. Wait. You know that your best friend or a good friend or whatever you want to call each other just finds out her man is cheating. Man is cheating. You know how many girls take rings off when they find out their man's cheating and throw it at him? Oh, shit, ton. She knows too much, guys. She knows too much. She has not yet told this officer, this detective, that what had transpired in Arizona. But Shanann caught him cheating. Why? Aren't you trying to find your friend? Aren't you trying to find her? Don't you think that would help? Say, she probably came home and lost it on him.
And like I said, he was rummaging through the pillows because we were trying to see if her phone was there. Because if it was, it's usually where people normally put phones or whatever, by the bed or whatever. I don't know why he chose to look in the sofa, but he did. He's a 16-year-old. He's I don't know. So
Where is the sofa?
it's right outside. They have
I don't
like
know why he chose to look in the sofa. I mean, he's a 16-year-old. Pickles is powerful. Pickers, this is all about your brain. Nicole hasn't said a word. Her friend and 2 babies are missing right now as she's doing this interview. And she doesn't say, I gotta tell you, Chris has the girlfriend. We found out in Arizona for sure. No, why would we do that? Why would we tell the truth? Why?
So you have Chris's and Shenan's room right here. Then there's a playroom over here and a bathroom. And then there's a laundry room right outside their bedroom. And then there's like a family room. And then across the hall is the girls' room. Like not a hall, but like the corridor or whatever you want to call it, the family room.
Okay.
The girls' rooms are right across there.
And is this a 2-story
Yeah.
home? Okay.
It's both 3. It's got a basement too.
Okay.
So my son found the phone and it was stuffed down in the cushion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, where is the couch again?
Like,
So it's in the family room?
yeah, it's right outside their bedroom.
Okay.
Like maybe 5-10 feet from the bedroom.
Okay.
Or more like 10 feet, I guess, because it's like you have to walk around the corner and over to it.
Okay, he just starts taking off the cushions?
Yeah, he was just, because it's one of those couches that has the base cushions and then it's got a whole bunch of like throw pillows on it. So he picked up
He
the
just
phone and
starts
it wasn't
tearing
on.
up the couch.
Okay.
And
Looking for
then
I'm looking for Celeste, Bella, and Shanann, and I'm gonna go look under these couch cushions because they're playing hide and seek, man. One minute and like 50 seconds. There's 5 couches in that house, 26 pillows. We did the math. No.
because I called her mom and I called Cassie. We were all on the phone together and they were on speaker. So they heard everything that was going on and everything that was being said. And the police,
As you're walking through the house?
yeah, because her mom was saying, like, look here, like, see if this is here. And I'm like, Sandy, calm down. Let's first see if she's in the house. So we found her phone and Chris turned it on. The police officer asked him to turn it on. So they turned it on and then it needed a code. I didn't know the code, but Cassie knew the code. It was the baby's due date.
Okay.
So we put that in, and then the last text and call that she had made was to Chris. Because they popped on that, he started doing stuff to it, Chris did. Shenan's phone's an iPhone, I can't run iPhones, yeah.
Did you happen to see what time?
I can't work iPhones. I just can't work iPhones. What? Wait a second. Why was that even needed to be said? I just can't work iPhones. Well, why? Why would we? Did he ask you if you could work iPhones? I can't work iPhones. What? I mean, I just can't. Cassie knew the code, and I can't work iPhones. Just so you know, I was not in that phone. Cassie said she said that Cassie suggested that. And she also wants everybody to know she cannot work iPhones, guys. Make sure
That last text was?
I didn't. I mean, and I don't know if it was a text, it was just like on the call log or whatever. I'm pretty sure it said, I don't know even know if it said Chris. I just not started to see. It could have said Cassie, whoever texted her last. I don't know. So then I walked away from the phone. I went downstairs because Sandy was like, Nikki, go look and see if the girls' meds are there. Because Cece, the 3-year-old, well, Bella too, but not as bad as Cece. They both have asthma, but Cece's highly allergic, like EpiPen, anaphylactic shock allergic to
Wait a
Phonelog.
second.
So
No.
Shanann always carries.
Okay. What would be the most important thing? Let's talk logic here. This is what I did. Wait a second. What's the most important thing? Wait, you're telling me, oh my God, her phone's here? Wouldn't you be like, oh my God, her phone's here? No, I just walked away from it. That is the most telling piece of evidence, is that phone being found. That's Shanann's lifeline. I just walked away from the phone. Why would you walk away from it? No, you need to, Chris, who's been texting? Who called? Who's the last person she called? That's what you would be saying to him. Why aren't you? Why aren't you trying to, okay, who'd she call? No, the police officer says it though. She just doesn't want to even be around it. I can't even be around it. Wait, Shanann's phone's here and it's underneath the couch. That's the most important piece of evidence, is the phone. And all you cared about, Nicole, was to make sure that phone was not destroyed. So that's what you did. You hid it, and then you made sure that your son went and hurry up and grab it, and give it to the police so that they have it. Because you already know what's in it. The only reason you do not ask to be, oh my God, let's see what's in this phone. Who'd she call last? I don't know. I think she called Chris, but I couldn't really see it. It just said it was like in the call log. She was not even close to Chris or that phone. She wouldn't know any of that. And then she's like, yeah, her last outgoing text was like, I think to Chris. Or maybe it was a C, so maybe it was Cassie. Who's the last person to call? Did she call anybody? Like, what are you doing? You just walk away from this phone that could tell you where your friend is. It doesn't make any sense. Unless you've already went through it.
Those stuff on her, like their inhalers, their EpiPens and stuff like that. So her mom said, go see if you can find the girls' medicine. So I went downstairs and I looked in the cupboard where I knew the medicine was. And I didn't see it, and I didn't even notice it till like a couple times passing or whatever. The thing that she carries them in, it was on the counter, but it was under the cupboard and it was like back in the corner, and I just like, I don't know, franticness, wasn't paying attention, but it was there. So she did not have the girls' meds with her. And then because we found the phone, she was like, is her purse there? And I'm like, I don't see it anywhere. So then I started rummaging through the house trying to find a purse, and I didn't find it. And I'm like, no, her purse isn't here. I was like, so maybe she did go somewhere with the girls, like thinking that she did. And then it was odd to me because there was a pair of CC shoes right there, sat outside their shoe closet. And then there was a pair of shoes right by the back door. I think they were Bella's. And then for whatever reason, there was 2 pairs of shoes of the girls' shoes out on the back porch on a chair. And I mean, Shanann, the girls have a blanket out and she's dirty and picks up after them. I mean, they very rarely have stuff scattered everywhere. So I found that to be odd, but I'm like, oh, maybe Cece wouldn't pick what shoe she was on and she was in a hurry because she needed to go. I don't know. So those were out, and then we went over to the neighbor's house.
Nope. She said she walked around the house and they were trying to get in that house. That's what Nick said, for 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Okay. I told you guys this. The shoes, Bella and Celeste's shoes, were outside because of the pool party. They were you notice Shanann's shoes are inside, and you pay attention to that. But if you're trying to get in, you walk around to the back, and you said that it was locked up too. You don't notice the kids' shoes
And, I mean, Shanann, the girls have a blanket out and she's dirty and picks up after them. I mean, they very rarely have stuff scattered everywhere. So I found that to be odd, but I'm like, oh, maybe Cece wouldn't pick what shoe. I looked in the cupboard where I knew the medicine was. And I didn't see it, and I didn't even notice it till like a couple times passing or whatever. The thing that she carries them in, it was on the counter, but it was under the cupboard and it was like back in the corner, and I just like, I don't know, franticness, wasn't paying attention, but it was there. So she did not have the girls' meds with her. And then because we found the phone, she was like, is her purse there? And I'm like, I don't see it anywhere. So then I started rummaging through the house trying to find a purse, and I didn't find it. And I'm like, no, her purse isn't here. I was like, so maybe she did go somewhere with the girls, like thinking that she did. And then, it was odd to me because there was a pair of CC shoes right there, sat outside their shoe closet. And then there was a pair of shoes right by the back door. I think they were Bella's. And then for whatever reason, there was 2 pairs of shoes of the girls' shoes out on the back porch on a chair. And, I mean, Shanann, the girls have a blanket out and she's dirty and picks up after them. I mean, they very rarely have stuff scattered everywhere. So I found that to be odd, but I'm like, oh, maybe Cece wouldn't pick what shoe she.
Wait, there it is, right there. She didn't say anything like that. Anything like that to the 911. And when the cops came out there, you want to know why? You want to know how she knew about that? That the shoes were out back like that? Because when she went over to do media on Tuesday morning, okay, she heard Chris telling Perez in lines about the shoes at 10:44 in the morning on Tuesday, or 11:44 in the morning on Tuesday. That is how she knows about the kids' shoes that were on the porch, or on the deck rather. She never mentions those shoes ever at any point in the 911 call, when the officer was there, when Chris is there.
She was on and she was in a hurry because she needed to go. I don't know. So those were out, and then we went over to the neighbor's house.
Well, thank you, mate.
Because he said the cop had asked questions I couldn't tell you. Like at that point, I wasn't really paying attention. I was trying to like look for things that her mom was asking me to look for. She asked me to check the knives. I'm like, no, all the knives are here on the counter, like the butcher block or whatever. She asked me to go down in the basement and look just to make sure. I went downstairs. Stuff like, I mean, she was like telling me, because she lived there, she's like, did you check her shoe closet? She has this amazing shoe closet in her office that her dad built her, sorry. But I was like, Sandy, like, they're not here. I don't know what to say. They're not here. Then at some point, the neighbor said he has security cameras that face the driveway. And he said it only picks up motion. So he has it time clocked of when I dropped her off.
Wait a second. Just at some point, the neighbor mentions this. Well, it'd be kind of good. When does the neighbor mention this? Oh, earlier in the day when you're there. Like in the morning?
And when I left, but it doesn't show Shanann getting out of my car, and she got out of my car and got her luggage and then went up to the house. And I backed up, but I sat there for a second to make sure she made it in the house and shut the door and everything was fine. I can confirm she was in that house.
And she went in through the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I don't know if she flipped the lock after, I don't know. But she did go through the front door. And then he had security camera of that, and then he had security camera of Chris backing up his work truck to their garage at 5:18 in the morning and loading something up in it. And that's...
Wait a second. Wait a second. No.
Sorry. But I was like, Sandy, like, they're not here. I don't know what to say. They're not here. Then at some point, the neighbor said he has security cameras that face the driveway. And he said it only picks up motion. So he has a time clocked of when I dropped her off and when I left, but it doesn't show Shanann getting out of my car, and she got out of my car and got her luggage and then went up to the house. And I backed up, but I sat there for a second to make sure she made it in the house and shut the door and everything was fine. I can confirm she was in the house.
And she went in through the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I don't know if she flipped the lock after, I don't know. But she did go through the front door. And then he had security camera of that, and then he had security camera of Chris backing up his work truck to their garage at 5:18 in the morning and loading something up in it. And that's when my mind went bad, like really bad, because what would he be loading up at 5:18 in the morning? And Shanann yells at him, and he doesn't go out the garage because the garage is right below the girl's bedroom, and it would wake them up. He always went to and from the front door, as far as I know.
Okay. I assume the police took that video.
I think they got it today. I went back over because I talked to Fox 31, just doing a plea, like, if you're out there, please come home, please contact somebody. And they were there at that time. The neighbor said they asked him for the surveillance, if they could call, he could call his or whatever, not insurance, security system place and get the video sent over to him. And they were there with a K9 unit too, so.
Okay.
I mean, and this whole time I'm trying to be as cordial to Chris as possible, but I don't know.
I think you said several times that your mind went to a bad place or something to that effect.
Because her purse, well, then we found her purse. So then after we saw the videos, we go back in the house, and I found her purse right inside the door of her office. And I went in her office several times. It was like tucked right there by the door. I just walked past it.
Was it behind the door?
No, it was like right next to the door. Like, door was open and got her luggage, and then went up to the house. And I backed up, but I sat there for a second to make sure she made it in the house and shut the door and everything was fine. I can confirm she was in that house.
And she went in through the front door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I don't know if she flipped the lock after, I don't know. But she did go through the front door. And then we went over to the neighbor's house because he said the cop had asked questions I couldn't tell you. Like, at that point I wasn't really paying attention. I was trying to like look for things that her mom was asking me to look for. She asked me to check the knives. I'm like, no, all the knives are here on the counter, like the butcher block or whatever. She asked me to go down in the basement and look just to make sure. I went downstairs. Stuff like, I mean, she was like telling me, because she lived there, she's like, did you check her shoe closet? She has this amazing shoe closet in her office that her dad built her, sorry. But I was like, Sandy, like, they're not here. I don't know what to say. They're not here. Then at some point, the neighbor said he has security cameras that face the driveway.
Over exaggerating that Sandy's asking her to look. Interesting. Nothing like some good pickle juice. So good.
And he said it only picks a minute too, so.
Okay.
I mean, and this whole time I'm trying to be as cordial to Chris as possible, but I don't know.
I think you said several times that your mind went to a bad place or something to that effect.
Because her purse, well, then we found her purse. So then after we saw the videos, we go back in the house, and I found her purse right inside the door of her office. And I went in her office several times. It was like tucked right there by the door. I just walked past it.
Was it behind the door?
No, it was like right next to the door. Like, door was open, and then on the opposite side, it was sitting right inside the door.
Okay. So did it appear like somebody was trying to hide it, or just?
No, I think she just like
out of the
somebody
way?
set it right inside the door as they were walking by or whatever. So, like, I don't know. He's never made me think that he would do anything bad or done anything to make me assume that. But Shanann wouldn't leave her phone. She wouldn't leave her car. She wouldn't leave without the kids' meds. Like, and I'm just like, Chris, you were the last one to saw her. Where is she?
That was one thing I was going to ask you about. So this EpiPen that she carries for Cece, does she go anywhere without that?
That I don't know, but I mean, I'm sure the school has them, but she had, like, I don't know how, I just know she carries it on her if she's gonna go somewhere where there might be an issue.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have one in the car, like, I don't know to that extent, but I know, like, when she travels, she has a little case that has all of their inhalers and an EpiPen and all of that in it. So, and she just got back from North Carolina, so in her office, on her desk, there's bags of all different kinds of medications that the girls take, like, you know, Tylenol, ibuprofen, Motrin, allergy medicine, and whatever, I don't know what they're prescribed to, so whatever it was all still in baggies.
Okay.
So my thought is, if you were gonna leave your husband, why not pick up the baggies that are already packed and take them with you?
Right.
But all of their
Wait,
luggage
leave
was
your
there, too.
husband?
That was the other thing.
Wait, what? If you're gonna leave your husband? Wait a second. What? Now all of a sudden she's leaving her husband? Wait. That was, wait. Mm-mm.
I don't know if they have one in the car, like, I don't know to that extent, but I know, like, when she travels, she has a little case that has all of their inhalers and an EpiPen and all of that in it. So, and she just got back from North Carolina, so in her office, on her desk, there's bags of all different kinds of medications that the girls take, like, you know, Tylenol, ibuprofen, Motrin, allergy medicine, and whatever, I don't know what they're prescribed to, so whatever it was all still in baggies.
Okay.
So my thought is, if you were gonna leave your husband, why not pick up the baggies that are already packed and take them with you?
What? No, she didn't. Leave your husband. Now let's see if he catches this. I'm like, wait, leave your husband? Why would she be leaving her husband? The kids never traveled anywhere. That was the first time that they went to North Carolina and went to the beach. Where'd they travel to? To school? I think maybe she just means like if she was like going somewhere, she'd have everything. Ready?
You. But all of their luggage was there too. That was the other thing. She bought the girls special luggage to go to North Carolina. Like, if you were gonna leave, why wouldn't you pack up their clothes and take it?
Okay. So did Shanann ever say anything to you about their relationship?
So the week they were in North Carolina, and I can show you.
Here it comes. Why do you think that just came? Why do you think he's just gonna ask this? He did catch it.
Text that she sent me. She said, I think it was the second or third week she was there, and there's posts all over Facebook about it too. She got in a fight with Chris's mom because she went to Chris's mom's house to visit, and I think her name's Cindy. The other grandkids were there when they were older. Cindy bought ice cream that has everything Cece's allergic to in it. So Shanann asked, and this is just hearsay, I don't know. Shanann asked Cindy, please do not give this to the other grandkids until I get Cece to bed, because she's not going to understand, and she cannot have it. And she took it and put it back in the fridge, and then I guess Cece went and got it, and then Shanann like put her to bed, because I mean she's so sick. Like, you eat not peanuts, but cashews and kiss her, she could go into shock. That's how severe it is. So, they argued or whatever. Shanann went back to her parents' house the next day, and for as far as I know, she did not go back and see his parents. But they celebrated Cece's birthday while they were down there, because she turned 3 in July, and the parents did not come to Cece's birthday party. So I know there was like a falling out between Shanann and Chris's parents, and then she called Chris and told Chris what was going on. So apparently there was some issues with her and Chris. And the whole thing, I don't know. And then I was told that Chris went and saw his mom and dad.
What does this have to do with Shanann and Chris's relationship?
Shanann's mom, Sandy, and Shanann both said that Chris was not himself when he came back. And then,
Wait.
like, I knew something was up because of Facebook. I didn't ask. I figured she'd tell me when she got back or whatever. I mean, we texted a couple times, but she was on vacation, spending time with her family. She didn't post pictures of her and Chris that week. Like, I don't know, they hadn't seen each other for 5 weeks, so it was a little odd that they weren't in pictures together or being lovey-dovey or whatever. So I didn't say anything. I just found it to be odd. There wasn't any pictures of Shanann either, and Shanann takes selfies all the time.
Okay.
Like, it's an every morning ritual of the selfie and you point to your DFT because you're trying to promote it type thing. There wasn't pictures of her very much that week either. So, and she texted me I don't know if she texted me, I'd have to look back at them. She either texted me or I'm pretty sure she texted me. She called me I think like once, but she really
Is that
didn't
when
talk.
she asked you
was on Chris the whole
to
time.
return the gifts back to
And
get rid of the
Pull
gifts?
it back up if you want me to. I mean, it was a couple weeks ago, but I save all my texts. I've learned the hard way with employees. Texts are important. She's basically just said that she didn't know what was going on. He was acting weird. She hadn't seen him in 5 weeks. He wasn't touching her. They weren't cuddling. He wasn't holding her hand. Like, he wasn't sleeping in the same bed with her, which I find that really odd. You know.
So is that all of that?
That was
new?
prior, yeah.
All that's new. So prior to this.
Oh, prior to North Carolina, like, not to give you intimate details, she said that they were like screwing like rabbits and he couldn't get enough of her and they were doing it in the pantry where the girls were in the other room. So to go from that extreme to I don't want to touch you is odd.
Okay. So prior to the North Carolina trip, there was no indication from
No, I went on a
Shanann
trip with them.
that their relationship was on the rocks, anything like that.
No. Right before she left for North Carolina, I was in San Diego with her and Chris. We won a trip through Lavelle. We were all on a paid trip by them to just enjoy San Diego. So I was with them for 4 days right before she left for North Carolina. So.
And how were they then?
Lovey-dovey, taking pictures together. I have tons of pictures of them together on my phone. So I mean.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
I don't even know where I was in the conversation or what you asked me last.
Wait. Why isn't she the part that, oh, by the way, we had a big girls powwow in Arizona and blew a gasket. Oh my God.
Oh, so they had the falling out. So Chris was acting weird,
right.
and then she texted me and said things were bad and that she didn't know what she did or what was going on with Chris, and she thought that it was his parents, and the only other time he's ever acted like this in their marriage was right after they got married, and it was because his parents didn't go to their wedding. And that he
So his parents not like her?
No, they do not like her. Yeah, they do not like her. His parents do not.
Do you know the reason for that?
I don't per se. Like, I've met the parents like in passing. I've never spent time with them. I don't know. She can be bossy, but in a good way. I mean, it's not like I've teased her because I'm like, you're so bossy, but she's trying to like push you to do good things and like motivate you. It's not like a bitchy bossy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what she's like when Chris when I'm not there. So, but yeah, she told me through text. She's like, girl, I'm gonna need you more than ever when I get home. She's like, I don't know what's going on wrong. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I didn't do, basically. And I was like, okay, like I'll come over, we can talk, whatever. And
I'm gonna blow off all my doctor's appointments.
I was supposed to watch the girls when they got back because they had the ultrasound video of the baby to find out what they were having. Because the next weekend when we got back from Arizona, which would be this weekend, we were supposed to do a gender reveal party for them.
Wait a second, there it is. But you weren't asked to watch the babies when she had to go to the when life hands you oranges, you fake juggle them. Who wants a snack? Wait a second. She's asked to watch the kids so they can pay this money and find out the gender. But they could have found it out supposedly, but you're not going to watch the kids so that she could actually just go to her OBGYN. I just don't understand what's going on. I don't understand what's going on. Jackie, what's up, girl? Girl, we're just getting into the goods. Don't worry. Got a speed
So they flew in Tuesday night late, and I was over at their house Wednesday night before we left. I went over and watched the girls, played with them, painted their nails, that kind of thing. Hung out with them. My mom and dad went. But Chris was really weird when he came home that night. He did not say hi to me. He did not acknowledge me at all, which is not normal for him. He'll like give a hug or he'll acknowledge that you're there. He'll say, "Hey, how you doing?" Whatever, and then he'll go on in his merry way and do whatever. He did not talk to me at all that night.
That was Wednesday night?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been the...
And I mean,
8th.
they were in a hurry or whatnot, but
Because, wait a second, because you took his mom's gifts and you got rid of them. There's plenty of reasons that he's probably not too happy with you, Nicole. Where are Cece's gifts from his parents? Did you keep them? Where are they? Did you throw them away? God, I hope you didn't throw them away. That was really expensive. Yes. So, Cindy told me that, and Ronnie, they mailed Cece's gifts to go to that house. That Shanann, because remember, Chris was still at home in Denver. Shanann told NA, you need to intercept these gifts. She saw them come at the door. She called Nicole, said she needs to go pick them up before Chris gets home from work. Gifts are gone. Those are Cece's gifts from Chris's parents. We don't want your gifts, we wanted you. Something like that.
because he was running late, so I literally got there when he got there, and we like bypassed, but he didn't say anything, and he seemed really like uptight, would be a good way to put it.
Okay.
So they leave and go to the doctor's appointment, and then they come back, and she gives me the envelope of what the baby was gonna be, and I said, okay, we'll find out in a week, like, and she was like, and then I started, she's like, don't open it in my house, and I was like, oh fine, I'll wait till I get to my car. So I go home, and then she texted me that night, and she said, people blowing up my phone. I can tell you, I have not had so many text messages, phone calls, and messengers on Facebook ever in my life.
I'm sure.
I do not want to be a celebrity at all. I left a job because my phone blew up all the time.
Weird.
I was with her most of the weekend.
And how did she seem over the weekend? Did she seem fine?
She was, last weekend,
Yeah.
she was not her normal self. She was very down. She was constantly like second guessing how she was talking to people because she didn't want to be, I guess, bitchy. I'm not sure. Chris and her had a conversation, I guess, Thursday night. I guess I'll get to that in a second.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay.
For.
So,
Love you, Diane.
So they go and come back, and while they were gone, I asked how she was doing, and I showed her pictures of the girls. And I was like, oh my god, this is going to be so hard not to, like, tell her what it was once I found out. And then she texted me that night. I texted her at 9:46 because I knew by then. I said, oh my god, this is going to be so hard. She texted me at 9:55 on Wednesday and said, Chris said we're not compatible anymore. He refuses to hug me. He said he thought another baby would fix with his feelings. Said he refused couples counseling. So no gender reveal. So she canceled the gender reveal party.
Okay, so that's
Wednesday night.
Wednesday.
So that would have been
Was it the 8th, 9th?
I think so. It would have been the 8th.
8.
So then I texted back and said, what? I don't understand. What does he want to do then? And she said, no gender reveal. She's like, I'm putting my friend's thoughts. I don't want to fake a happy Chris. I was like, I'm not putting my friends through a fake happy Chris. And then again, I said, because it wasn't coming out, it says con gender reveal. I was like, is she trying to say no gender reveal? So I was like, so no gender reveal, question mark. And she said no. And then me and another girl was doing it. I said, do you want me to tell Taylor or do you want to? And she asked me to tell Taylor, so then I later texted Taylor. And then I said, okay. And she's all, he doesn't care that he's hurting me. And I said, what does he want you guys to do? And she's like, he's done. He said he will work it out. How do you work that out? I was like, what does that mean? Because I didn't know, like, what does that mean? I'll work it out. That's what Kristen said to her. I said, you don't work that out if you're not willing to work on it. And then she said, can you tell me what I'm having? I need some happy news, please. And I said, yes, I can. Are you sure? She was like, yes. And she's like, I'm not telling anyone, though, not even Chris. I said, can I come tell you in the morning? I'd really like to tell you this kind of news in person and not through text. I didn't say not through text, but I said, I'd really like to tell you in person. And she said, sure. I said, or I can come tonight and tell you, like, right now. And she's like, no, it's okay. I said, are you sure? I will. Because by this time I was texting, it's a little after 10. And then I was like, I just want to see your face. She's
While this is going on, Chris is in the basement on the phone with Nicole Cassie in his room. This is going on. And also she's having a 3-way text with Cassie, and Cassie's like, fuck him, fuck Chris. And she's saying that she's going to go get full custody. God, that orange, those cutie pies just get me every time.
She's like, it's okay, I'm still crying right now, so I'll wait until a.m. And I said, I can come over now. And she's like, no, it's okay, I'll wait. And I don't know if you want to know the text message, but she said I might go masturbate to relieve stress.
I might go masturbate to relieve stress, which is great. But this is how I was able to put 2 and 2 together that, okay, she cancels on Wednesday with her doctor's appointment. She knows she's coming over. She rescheduled for her doctor's appointment for Thursday, which I have no problem with her actually canceling Wednesdays because she just had gotten back. And it was a long trip. You know, things are crazy. Chris is back at work. You know, you have just the kids. So if you canceled Wednesdays to make it Thursday, okay. But I think it's very important to go to your OBGYN. Right here, you hear Nicole is going over there the next day, Thursday. So all she has to do is, why isn't she telling Nicole right here, hey, I have my doctor's appointment at such and such time? Nicole Atkinson doesn't mention it one time because Shanann never tells her. Therefore, how does Shanann know to tell her about the one on Monday? Because that one was a makeup one. So it's Thursdays, but you have somebody there to watch the kids, and instead you're just texting on your phone all morning on Thursday. And I can prove it, and I will. Just to show you guys, like, why isn't she going to the doctors? It's very important. I thought she wasn't feeling good. I thought she was spotting in North Carolina.
So, you know. And then I talked to her by that point because this next isn't until Thursday afternoon. So I did go over the next morning. We were supposed to leave, well, obviously the next day, so everything was whatever. But I went to Walmart and I got some stuff for the baby, and I got them these champagne poppers. So if they did decide to do it, like, it'd be exciting for whoever did it, whether it was her and the girls or her and Chris or whatever. There was, you know, they're gonna have a baby. And they were having a little boy. They are having a little boy. And she asked him if, and I took it to her house and said, if, like, it was in a little bag or whatever, and I said, here, if Chris wants to do this with you or whatever, and she said he wanted to wait to find out with her that night. So I gave her the bag and I stayed for a little bit, and then because she was trying to, like, appease him or make him feel better or whatever, she wanted him to mow in the backyard, and I was like, Shanann, you're not mowing the backyard, it's like 80 degrees outside. She's like, I just need you to help me get it down the rocks or whatever. So I ended up mowing her backyard for her before I left, because I'm like, I'm not going to let you mow the damn backyard. I'm just not. So I mowed her yard, and then I went home and did my stuff, and I talked to her. She said, what if, because her anniversary with him, like their dating anniversary, I think was the next day, on Thursday. So she's like, do you think I should ask him to go away so we can work on things while I was there? And I was like, I mean, you could. I mean, I don't know what he's willing to do. So she did text him, and she texted him and asked him if he was willing to go away. So then she starts sending me all these Groupons and asked me, like, where they could go. And I'm like, well, you could go up to Glenwood, depends on how far you want to drive. So we were discussing that. So she's texting me all those Groupons and stuff. And then she asked me about when I worked, because she was trying to find someone to watch the girls so they could go. And then we stopped texting at like 11 o'clock that night because I was here at work, and she asked if I worked on the 17th, and I said yes. And then I was like, question mark, and she said nothing. And I was like, it's not nothing if you're asking what's up. Like, she usually doesn't ask when I'm working because there's usually something, you know. And then she texted me at 3:29 and said she was up and showered, and I said I was counting down the minutes and wishing that I had a shower because I've been here all night. And then she said, text me when you leave, and I said, when I get out to the parking lot I have to change. And then I texted her I was on my way, and then I picked her up, and then we went to the airport.
Yeah.
So, and I didn't see Chris that morning, I didn't see the girls. But she was off all weekend. I mean, we were constantly telling her, like, eat Shanann. I carried a water bottle with me all weekend, and I was constantly giving it to her, telling her to drink, because she kept saying she had a headache. And Cassie, that was with us, is a nurse, so we're both, like, you know, taking care of her, because that's our nature. And she would take a couple bites of food and wouldn't eat them, and then normally, like, I mean, and I know she's 15 weeks pregnant, but normally we'd, like, go out and do something. We didn't go out. We stayed at the hotel the whole weekend. I mean, except for going to dinner. We'd go to dinner and come back. So, I mean, even the whole last day we were there, the whole point of us staying there the last day was to, like, go see Arizona or explore in Scottsdale. I sat in the hotel room with her. Not the hotel room, but in the hotel lobby. Because we had to be out of our room by 11, and our flight was until 8:45 that night. So, we didn't go, we sat there. Because Shanann was, on the way there, she got Chris a book to try and help. She ordered a book, and then she downloaded it on her phone so she could listen to it. We listened to it on the plane together on the way there, and then she listened to it majority of the weekend, and she was picking out, like, how the book related to her and Chris, and how she could change these things or that things. And
What was the book name, do you remember?
I don't, but I could find out for you. I know the friend that referred her to it.
Okay.
Do you want me to text her real
Yeah,
quick?
yeah, if you know it. So actually, I was gonna have you text a bunch of stuff to me, if you would. I would appreciate it.
Can I have a separate piece of paper?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know I asked the detective earlier that called me, but I wasn't trying to be non-cooperative or whatever. I've talked to so many people.
I'm sure.
I was like, I need to go to work.
Sure. You just kind of be for a little bit.
Okay, so what did you want?
All right, so let's see. Let's go in reverse order. So the text string that you had with her on the 8th of August, starting at about 9:55, where she talks about he says he's not compatible and he's done.
Okay.
Will you send me that text string?
Yeah.
Let's see.
And then I'll give you other people's information, because, like, Cassie, I don't know if they were in text message or not, but Chris told her she didn't want the baby.
We did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you'll put
I can write down everybody's
Yeah,
information.
if you'll write down Cassie and Christina as well. And then if you'll do the photograph of the shoes.
Wait, have we heard anything about him cheating yet?
And I don't know why I took a picture of the shoes. I really don't. It's just like when I was walking through the house, I'm like, well, that's odd. That's odd. Because, like, to me, like, I don't understand why the police officer let us go in the house.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at that
Wait,
point,
right
it's
there,
still
she
at this
messes
point
up.
where it's still a missing person.
Right.
She messes up.
But, like, he
Right
let us
there.
touch things and go through. I can write down everybody's information.
Yeah, if you'll write down Cassie and Christina as well. And then if you'll do the photograph of the shoes.
And I don't know why I took a picture of the shoes. I really don't. It's just like when I was walking through the house, I'm like, well, that's odd. That's odd. Because
She says right there, I don't know, when I was walking through the house, I was like, that's odd, that's odd, that's odd. Remember what I said earlier in this broadcast? I said, I want the metadata on when she took this picture of the shoes. Was she inside or was she outside of the house? And what time it was at? And I'm willing to put a nice chunk of money on the fact that it was inside the house and that it was before she should have ever been in the house. Anyways. But if you're outside the house and you thought it was weird, because you're saying, oh my God, those are, they're there. You would take the picture from outside because you're not inside the house ever, right? Your picture should be from you outside the house, right? And I would love to know what time it was. Let's even say that it was from outside the house. What time was it at? I don't even know why I was walking around the house. She's walking around the house and taking pictures of things.
like, to me, like, I don't understand why the police officer let us go in the house.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at that point, it's still at this point where it's still a missing person.
Right. But, like, he let us touch things and go through things, and that's where I'm like, I don't know, I've watched a lot of crime shows.
Right, I understand. If you could do the...
Okay. She says it right there. She watches a lot of crime or whatever the heck she says, which I do believe, because I actually went and looked at Nicole Atkinson's Facebook page back when this originally all happened. I looked it up because I wanted to see what was on her Facebook page, and she was always posting about missing children, which I thought was awesome. But immediately my head went into, okay, she's like a true crimer, you know what I mean? And so I know for a fact then when they were in Arizona what the heck was going on. They all went web sleuth nuts. No mentioning of it. No mentioning of anything yet. Nothing about, I mean, wouldn't it be huge what the heck happened in Arizona? Jackie, I'm a good catch and I catch a good catch. Yeah, thank you guys for being here with me. The beginning of this episode, I think is bomb. You might have to like slow it down and watch a little bit slower. But I basically lost my voice for you guys so that you guys could see how I basically prove what was in Shanann's phone without even needing it. Ooh, 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 ooh.
The few texts that you sent her on
The day
the
of,
morning, the morning that she was supposed to go to the doctor's office
which is
as
the
well.
12th?
The 12th, yeah.
Okay.
Like you said, you sent several texts that morning.
Yeah.
If you send me screenshots of those two.
And Chris has been corresponding like with all of us over the week. Like there's like 5 or 6 of us that,
Has been?
yeah. So I'll give you all of their numbers.
Yeah, if you would, that would be great.
Well, he wasn't really corresponding with me, but he talks Cassie's husband Josh. I'll just put Cassie.
Exactly. He doesn't talk
confides
to
in
you,
Josh.
Nikki. He's never
Okay.
talked to you.
Are they good friends?
They met through Thrive,
But
but,
you
like on all the trips we go on, they hang out together. And then Cassie came out to visit, and they stayed at their house. And,
Okay.
I mean, they're
Cool.
bros.
Amen. Actually, my friends do. My guy friends do. Well, there you go.
So is she still considered a missing person?
At this point, I don't know if anything's happened since I've been talking to you.
Well, because the lady that called me, she's like, we have some more evidence we need to talk to you. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just a clarification thing.
Do you need to know where they're at? So when you call, they're up?
Oh, some of those in Hawaii, you mean?
Yeah. So is she still considered a missing person?
At this point, I don't know if anything's happened since I've been talking to you.
Well, because the lady that called me, she's like, we have some more evidence we need to talk to you. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's just a clarification thing.
Right there, she's talking about Tammy. She's talking about Tammy. Tammy said that she needed to talk to her because they found more evidence. That's what I'm letting you guys know, that they needed to talk to her again because of Chris's stuff coming back from Tony Husky. And it was GPS stuff. But what it showed is it showed his, whereabouts, and they already had Shadan's phone from Monday. So they, of course, Celebrate dumped it on Monday. And they were able to then tell where that fucker went, where that phone was. And that phone didn't go where Chris went to work. You know what I'm saying? So, and I do believe that that phone hit off of a tower. Or that it showed that it went from on to off, blah, blah, blah. Or it shows that, none of those text messages are in there. So right now you got to just you're trying to just get as much information as you can. Get her talking, talk. Let her talk.
Do you need to know where they're at? So when you call, they're up?
Oh, some of those in Hawaii, you mean?
Yeah, like Christina's in Hawaii
Yeah,
and
he's right.
Abby's on
Hawaii,
the East
that's
Coast. Eastern, and she's in Arizona.
You better be mowing my lawn, girl.
Do you happen to take pictures anywhere else on the inside of the house?
I can look. I don't know why the shoes stick out to me. Probably because she wears them all the time.
Okay.
She's like, you should buy these shoes. Do you have her mom's number?
Go ahead and give it to me. I'm sure we've got it somewhere, but make sure I've got that.
Why, can I ask a question? She's a missing person and because of the children. Why haven't they issued Amber Alerts for her?
Well, with an Amber Alert, there has to be specific actionable information, like they were seen with this person, and that person presents a possibility of bodily injury or death to them.
Okay.
Since we don't have at this point an indication that they've been actually kidnapped or anything like that, that's the reason it hasn't been an actual Amber Alert. It doesn't mean that it can't evolve into that. But if we just issue Amber on missing people all the time,
Right.
it loses its effectiveness.
Okay. Then you want.
I was going to ask you, any indication of infidelity on either party?
So, this weekend, this is one of the things that happened this weekend. Chris said he went to a
Look at
Rockies
that.
game
Hold up.
on Saturday.
Look at that. Look at that. Right there. If Greg Zetna from the CBI does not ask this question, Nicole Atkinson wouldn't say a fucking word about Arizona. I wonder why. Number one, we'll let Nicole talk first. Greg Zetna.
Midnight.
Who do you go with, you know?
People from his work, I have no idea. That's just, he went to Rockies game on Saturday night, so they got a babysitter for the girls. And Shania was texting with the babysitter to check on the girls throughout the night. But we were in Arizona, so they're it's an hour difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
An hour later. Chris wasn't home by like 9 o'clock, which she thought was odd because it was an afternoon ball game. And then she checked her bank statement and he went out to dinner, which that's not odd, but the total was $60-some. And she's like, why would he spend $60-some at dinner? And I'm like, maybe he had some beers, I don't know.
You remember where that was?
The Lazy Dog in Westminster, off of 144th and I-25. It's in that orchard.
Hot diggity dog. Now, I don't know who they banked with. I think they banked with Chase. If I remember correctly. Okay. There's 2 lazy dogs. 2 lazy dogs. How does she know which lazy dog they went to? She was stalking this app, her banking app. What, she just got an alert? You get an alert every time your man spends money? Or did you get on the app and to see where he was and what he was spending money on? So, also, I don't believe, because I went ahead and I spent money to see what it would say. You know, it would have to say then on your bank statement, which you could just pull up right then and there if you use your stuff. It would say the lazy dog. You think it says the lazy dog Westminster?
Shopping center.
Okay.
So
What kind of restaurant is that?
it's like a bar and grill type thing.
So you'd have to work at it to get $65.
Yeah, well, that's what we were talking about, because I'm like, well, we went out to dinner tonight, and it was a Mexican restaurant, but it was a bar grill type thing, and, I mean, I had some drinks, so I was like, well, my bill was $47 tonight, and she's like, Nikki, $63, yours was $47, and it was one person. I'm like, well, yeah, but we didn't have appetizer and dessert. It's like, so maybe he, like, was treating himself, trying to make her feel better, because she was, and then she called him. I don't know if she called him or texted him. I think she called him because me and Cassie went down to the pool. And she said she called him. She said she was going to call him. So I don't know that she actually talked to him because we weren't in the room. But she said that he wasn't home yet either. He didn't get home until 10:30, which she found that to be odd because it was well after dinner. And she knows when he gets home because their security system tells you when you open the door.
All right.
So,
Booyah!
she asked him what he had for dinner.
Okay. Back up. Listen to all the detail that she knows about this. And she says that her and Cassie go down to the pool. Well, was it an indoor pool or an outdoor pool? Because the only pool that I know of is the outdoor pool. Wasn't it getting dark? Like, what, were you guys swimming in the dark? You and Cassie went down to the pool, or did you go to the tiki bar? Were you at the tiki bar? They just want to say pool because they don't want to talk about that we're drinking at the bar. We went down to the pool. You swim in the dark? Okay. Sounds like a winner. I would go down to the hot tub, maybe. Well, let's listen to this again, though. It's really big.
$4 tonight. She's like, Nikki, $63. Yours was $47, and it was one person. I'm like, well, yeah, but we didn't have appetizer and dessert. It's like, so maybe he like was treating himself, trying to make her feel better, because she was. And then she called him. I don't know if she called him or texted him. I think she called him because me and Cassie went down to the pool, and she said she called him. She said she was going to call him. So I don't know that she actually talked to him because we weren't in the room. But she said that he wasn't home yet either. He didn't get home until 10:30, but she found that to be odd because it was well after dinner.
Okay. Let's take a look what the gang unit has to say about this day. This Saturday night. Gonna have to put on another light here. All right. Okay. Okay, loves. This is how this works. All right, let's change this up a little bit for us, for our enjoyment, for our pleasure. Here we go. You see this right here? 9:30. 9:30 hours, 9:30 a.m. Okay, check this out though. 4:02 p.m. About the porn. 13:49 hours. Wait a second. 9:45. How? This isn't even in. They just put this here. They just put this here. They just put this here. This is not even in sequence. They just threw this. This about her looking up interracial, how to prepare for anal. Okay? That didn't happen on this day of the Rockies game. It's not even in sequential order. Number one. Look at August 11th, Saturday. 7:02 a.m., 6:58 a.m., 9:45 a.m. Oh, that should come right between here. Nope, look it. They're just taking some random thing from this web browser history, 2942. Again, this is not in order. This did not happen on this day. Okay? But guess what? The gang unit wanted to make it so that it did. They were having anal sex. Oh, she looked it up because they had anal. That's a lie. That's a lie. Now, 5:59 p.m. He ordered the pizza. So Watts called the local Papa John's pizza store. 4:34 p.m. Wait, what was she talking about? That there was an afternoon game? What? No. He got the pizza at 4:34. It was going to be delivered by like 5:15, right? So an afternoon game is like, what time do you think this game was at? Shanann then asked McKenna, "Hey, love, this is Shanann. How are the girls?" She replied, "They are doing great. Cece ate like 3 slices of pizza." Shanann thanked McKenna for watching the girls and asked if she did anything. Just ask. Look at this, though. Look at this. See this right here? 7:05 to 8:05. You think that this stuff right here, all you're showing me is one text message, possibly two. "Hey, love, this is Shanann." Is that going to be 1? "How are the girls?" 2. McKenna replied, "They're doing great." 3. CC ate 4 slices of pizza. 4. Then Shanann thanked McKenna for watching the girls and asked if she did anything. Just ask. 5. This is 10 timeline transactions. Where's the rest of them? What was she really asking the babysitter? Now, in contrast, Watts never checked in with McKenna to see how the girls were doing or whether McKenna needed anything. Oh, that's what you're putting, and if it's in italicized, this is just your assumption, right? Well, why don't you go and talk about how Shanann told Chris that she was going to reach out to the babysitter, and then Shanann texts Chris and says that how she talked to McKenna. So then Chris should bombard the babysitter. Next, Watts Google search lazy dog on 120th Avenue. 6:33, 7 p.m. Watts Google search restaurants near 120th Avenue to include Rusty Bucket. Now, this is what's amazing. Why did Abby Maloney and other people think that Chris went to the Rusty Bucket that night? They put it in their statements. That Chris went to the Rusty Bucket in Westminster. I think that was the place. Ask Nicole Atkinson. She knows. How? Isn't it so ironic? Isn't it just so ironic that these women mentioned the Rusty Bucket, not one person, but 2 people at least, and they think that he went to the Rusty Bucket? Were they in his Google? $7:20. So an hour and 20 minutes later, 7:20. Shanann asked McKenna if the girls went to bed. She replied, "They are still awake. They are just watching TV, and they said they don't want to go to bed yet." Shanann advised, "I'd put them to bed by 8. Chris showed you what to do. Make sure they go potty before they go to bed, and Celeste gets diapers." $9:12 Colorado time. That means 8:12 Arizona time. Shanann searched Google for the score of the Rockies game. She was ready to test her man. And what time the Rockies game gets over? Cheating mode activated. It's my notes. 10 p.m. Chris's phone. Watts told Jeremy that he would be home in 20 minutes. Tries to see something. See this right? See this last number here? 7629. 41. That's Chris's phone. Shanann's is the 42. So the next time that they show the 41, look at 7637. 37, right? Look at that. 7629, 7637. There were, 8 timeline transactions that they left out. What was that, Chris? Was that Shanann talking to Chris? 10:04. Having concluded her evening with Watts, Kessinger searched the internet on topics like Chris Watts, Shanann Watts, Ronnie Watts, and Saratoga Trail. Okay? And it says web history, and that the 43 marks Kessinger. So they're trying to say that she did this right after Chris left. Web history 2882. Web history 2942. Wait a second. 2942. This is 2882. This didn't happen after this. What number comes first? 2942? No. This number comes This comes, 2882 comes before 2942. So this had to have happened before this. So again, did this happen on this night? Survey says impossible, because this has to happen before this. And we know that this didn't happen on this night because this doesn't even fall in sequence. 9:30 a.m., 4:02, 1:49 p.m. They're just putting this in here because, once again, they want to fluff it up. Like, oh, why would she be Googling them, right? I'm not saying she didn't Google them, but she definitely didn't Google them right now at 10:04. This on this day is impossible because this number comes before this number. 10:15. Shanann called Watts and held a 3-minute conversation. They're using Shanann's phone to show the timeline transaction of 152917. Look at the last one. 152870. See that? 917-870. Do you know how many timeline transactions are between this? 47 missing timeline transactions. 912, 1015. 47. What was she doing? What was she doing? Googling the shit out of stuff is what she was doing. $47 timeline transaction within 1 hour that goes by. I thought they were at dinner because remember, this is 9:15. So between 8:15 and 9:15, and then here, check this out. This was by no means the only time she sought out pornographic videos via the internet. Who gives a flying shit? But that's what the gang unit deems important. 1019. How she came to learn so quickly of Watts's dinner expense is not reflected in the phone, but I suspect an alert from their bank or credit card company. Wrong. Lies. You suspect, you are a fucking dumbass. And I blew up your spot fucking 2 years ago. Mr. fucking whatever your name is. Michael D. Prill. Just the damnedest thing. How she came to learn so quickly of Watts's dinner expense is not reflected in the phone. But I suspect an alert from their bank or credit company. Oh, how dumb that sounds. $152930. Shanann searched Google and the internet for Lazy Dog menu, Lazy Dog restaurant, and bar. Find a location. Watts called Shanann and held a 3-minute conversation. Immediately afterwards, she sent Watts a message. Oh, save your receipt so we can write it off. That's a smart-ass comment. Look at this. 7:32 in the morning, which would be 6:32 a.m. for her. This is not found in Watts' phone. Okay. Shanann sent him a message. Good morning, baby. Love you. Smiley face. What? You go ahead and you look at the phone records. Cheating mode activated. 152917. Again, missing timeline transactions there, but I'm going to check this out. Her number is 42. 934 right here. 934, 936. So that means 30 timeline transactions missing in her phone. Nine three and 93. Oh god. Okay, check this out. 8:35 in the morning. Between 7:32 a.m. and 8:30, so 1 hour. 993. 964. Again, another 30 some timeline transactions missing. Shanann told Allie, my weakness is I have an Italian temper that can't hold back when pissed. I'm a fixer and I want to talk this out, and he just wants to work it out in his head. You see this right here? NA said that they stayed in the lobby the whole day on Sunday. This was taken on Sunday, and this is outside at the pool. (12:17). Perhaps the last image of Shanann taken in life. Metadata confirmed the date and time. So this wasn't taken at a different time. This was taken on Sunday at 11:16, which would be 12:17 Colorado time. She is outside by the pool. The Dow pick is 7836. That's the number on the Dow pick. This image is 7525. This is not from his phone because he's not even there yet. 7525. 7524. The Dow pick, 7836 was the MIG, the image. But whose images are there? Image 7527, 7528. 7684, 7685, 41. Again, Chris's phone's not even there. Impossible, because the Dow pick already happened. 7525. No, I'm not wrong with that. Those are the bars. I can prove it. Those are the bars she's sitting at. Go look up the hotel. It's not the wrong photo. It's the right photo. I've seen the whole thing blown up. She's sitting outside on a long chair. What do you think that is right there? What do you think that is? This photo is taken of this, yes. But of all them eating at dinner, yes, that comes later. But it didn't come from her phone. They're talking about her phone. What's the last time her phone took a picture? This is her phone. I believe that the picture that was taken of all of them came from somebody else's phone. This is about her phone. Sheet mode activated. You like that? I knew you would. Okay, check this out. 2020, which is 8/20. Shanann called Watts and held a 9-minute conversation, revealing how their talk went. Immediately after this call, she told Watts, "Sorry I bothered you. I just wanted to talk to you." How would this guy know how their talk went? How does he know what they talked about? This is a phone call. Shanann called Watts and held a 9-minute phone conversation. It should just be period. Period. Revealing how their talk went, immediately after this call, she told Watts, "Sorry I bothered you. I just wanted to talk to you." What was that? What would that be revealing? That he was busy? Mm-mm. Thank you for taking such good care of the kids this weekend so I can learn and work. I appreciate it. Anyways. Just a bunch of jumbled up mess. I mean, how did she know about that purchase? Ugh. Anyways. Get some sleep there, Joe. Always welcome here, girl. Whoop whoop. They were definitely in Arizona. No doubt about it. They were in Arizona. Just a bunch of woo. I mean, let's go back to this.
And she knows when he gets home because their security system tells you when you open the door.
All right.
So, she asked him what he had for dinner, and again, she's trying not to accuse or be snarky. So he said, "Oh, I had some salmon and a beer." And she's like, "Oh, okay. We'll save the receipt because I need it for taxes." Because she writes off everything. So then she gets off the phone with him or whatever. When we come back, she's upset, and she was like,
I mean, Nicole Atkinson knows everything, like word for word. That's what I just showed you guys. Oh, get the receipt. It's like they were all there, and they were all just, say this and do this and act like you don't know, and we're gonna catch this motherfucker in the act.
what did he spend that on? And I don't know. And she looked up the menu, and he said he had salmon and a beer, and she's like, that's only like $30. Where's the other $40? I'm like, I don't know, Shan. Like, if you ask Chris to save the receipt, you'll have to look at the receipt. I was like, maybe he bought one of the guys dinner because they bought him something at the ball game. Like, who knows? So then she started going through their bank statement to see if there was any high charges while she was gone.
There it is. Then she went through their bank statement to see if there's any other charges that were. You don't think she went to the phone records? Hot diggity dog.
They don't have that relationship where he spends whatever he wants, she spends whatever they want, the bills get paid, you know. It's like you want.
The bills get paid. Nicole Atkinson thinks that the bills were getting paid. Woman's delusional. Or she's just being lied to. And that was it. She was just being lied to. Bills getting paid. Ain't no bills getting paid.
Want something, go buy it type thing. So there was that, and then the phone conversations were very small. Usually when we're on trips like that, they talk for 20, 30 minutes. She'll talk to the girls sometimes, they'll FaceTime. They weren't doing any of that. They send pictures back and forth. There was no pictures, and the reason, or at least I don't think there was, because Shanann usually shows her, be like, oh, look at Cece or Bella doing whatever. There was none of that. And then, he let her go because he said he wanted to work out or something whenever she talked to him last. So she let him go, and then the next day, I can't remember if she talked to him that morning or not, but it was very sparse throughout the day. He was going to take him to a birthday party of the girl that babysat, I think the brother or something. And through people commenting on Facebook and all the stuff that I've seen, he was at the birthday party. The guy said he was at my house, and I don't even remember his name or where I saw it, but I did see that on Facebook. And then she called him that night when we were at the airport, and I figured she talked to him for a little bit, but it was a very short conversation. She wasn't talking. She like walked off. She's like, will you watch my stuff? I'm gonna go talk to Chris real quick. And she came back, and it couldn't have been more than 5 minutes. I was like, are you okay? And she's like, no. She's like, I haven't talked to him all day or hardly all this weekend, and he wants to work out. He started working out while he was on the phone with me, so I just let him go. And Chris didn't used to work out like this all the time. With Thrive, he's lost 70, 80 pounds, and he's gotten really fit in the last 6 months.
Where does he work out at?
In their basement. They have it's her mom calling me. I'll call her.
Okay.
So, and then we came home, and she was upset because she was like, he didn't even want to talk to me. And then I did remember seeing a text from him because she texted him and told him our plane wasn't going to get in until about 1:32 in the morning because of the delay. We weren't sure, because at that time we weren't sure. They were estimating, we were waiting for the flight crew to get there. And he said, holy crap, that's late, and something else, but I remember the holy crap, that's late. And I didn't see any text after that. And I know Shanann was in a lot of pain on the plane, and a lot on the plane, because she wouldn't sit still. She kept moving and readjusting and trying to
get comfortable.
Yeah.
Do you have any knowledge about their finances? I mean, were they in debt up to their eyeballs? Were
Yeah.
they rolling in it? Were they?
I would say, I don't know. I collected their mail while they were in North Carolina, and there was a lot of mail. I didn't go through it or whatever, but I mean, yeah, I think they were having financial issues, because it was always, she makes enough money that their daughters go to a really high-end preschool and stuff, like private school.
What I just wrote down.
What?
Vista Ridge? Is that where
Yeah.
they go? Okay.
Vista Ridge, yeah. They go to Primrose Vista Ridge, and I mean, that saved, by her being in North Carolina, that was the $2,500 savings that month. So if that tells you anything,
Yeah.
I work nights, so my children go to daycare 2 days a week. So, but I mean, he works in the oil fields. He's got to make good money. I mean, I don't know. We don't talk about finances,
Right.
but.
Okay. But your impression was that they had a significant amount of debt. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, because I know they filed bankruptcy before.
Okay.
She's made that statement. And I know that.
Wait, what? What? She knew that they filed bankruptcy? I think she would have known that only because what? I mean, interesting.
They have, like, because she's always very, like, meticulous. Not like that we don't go out to lunch several times a week or whatever, but she's like, well, I need to go here because it's cheaper, or, like, she thinks about how she's spending her money.
So did they go to Vista Ridge like full time?
Uh-huh. She works from home and she takes them full time.
She takes them every day.
Yeah, Shanann
Every
usually
day.
takes them every day.
Okay. And is that the one in Erie?
Mm-hmm. That was the other thing. I was going to call the school and see if the girls were there. And I actually got a text message this evening from one of the parents at the school that does Thrive with us. She was in Arizona with us.
That's Karen Epps. Karen Epps. She says, I was going to call the kids. Why would you call the kids? Like, Chris told you that they were at a play date, right? Doesn't matter if Chris told you that he thought that they were going to be taken to a play date, you know? Why didn't he say, Chris, what are you talking about, play date? It's Bella's first day of fucking kindergarten. There ain't no play dates today. What the hell are you talking about?
She didn't fly in and fly out at the same time, but she texted me. There's so many people.
Erie?
Mm-hmm. That was the other thing. I was going to call the school and see if the girls were there. And I actually got a text message this evening from one of the parents at the school that does Thrive with us. She was in Arizona with us. She didn't fly in and fly out at the same time, but she texted me. There's so many people texting me. It's ridiculous. And she said that one of the other moms, I have that too, one of the other moms at the school said that they heard Chris call yesterday morning and say the girls weren't going to be there.
Right there, that is a violation. My mom used to work for, you can, where would she have heard that from? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Nicole? Where did you get this information from? Girl, you are a detective. I know you is, girl. I know it. I know you are, Nicole, and I feel it in my blood. What? I need a minute. Wait, what? So you know that Sandy called 3 times, but we're not going to talk about that either. Then towards the end of this, you're like, well, I was going to call the school and see if the kids were there. You know, even though Chris didn't make any attempt to go pick them up. Even though nobody asked, like, hey, Chris, Bella had kindergarten day. What the heck's going on? Well, wait, what? Oh, but guess what? Karen Epps, you know Karen Epps, the one that said that they didn't talk about Chris in North Carolina or in Arizona. We caught, you know these women can't keep their lies straight, but Karen Epps. Oh yeah. One of the other moms said that she heard that Chris called the school and said that they weren't coming in there. Well, yeah, because Shanann said that they were on a play date. So I called the school. Did they also tell you that he asked if the kids were there? What? I mean, this is just asinine right here. Talk about just like...
Oh, sorry, say that again.
So Chris called the school yesterday morning.
Chris called the school.
And said the girls were not going to be there that day, and then told them that they were separating and they were going to sell the house.
Wait, what? Wait, what? How does she know this? Who did Nicole talk to? Because guess what? I'm going to pull out this report right here. Let's talk about this this Primrose report. Because this is just blowing my titties off. This is Tuesday. And she what? What is going on? Where is this report? My goodness. Nicole, wealth of knowledge, just not mentioning anything. to the, you know, God forbid. We're trying to find Celeste, Bella, and Shanann, and she's just holding all this in. Let's see. Follow up Primrose. This would be number 27. 27 for our hearts. Let's see here. 27. Okay. Okay. Ashley. Let's just see this one more time here. I'm gonna put my, you know, God bless America here. I want this one like this. I want that. Okay, I gotta. Woo! Now, this action wasn't taken until 8:15, 18. And it was a follow-up. It was Primrose is the school of Bella and Celeste, who did not show up for the first day of school on 8:13. It was reported that their father, Chris, called the school to advise they would not be attending. Upon arrival at 12:20, I met with the owner, Chris Lang, and spoke with him in his office. Lang said that both Bella and Celeste had attended the school last year, and that their mother, Shanann, had pulled them out for the summer because she was taking them to North Carolina for an extended trip. Lang said that both the girls were scheduled to start at the school again when the new year started on 8:13. Lang said that between 8 and 8:15, Shannon Meyer received a phone call from the girls' father, Chris, stating that they would not be attending the school. Lang said that Chris then asked Meyer if the girls were at the school. Lang said that Meyer was freaked out by the phone call and later reported it to police. Lang then brought in Carrie Wood, the director of the school. Wood said that Shanann's mother called between 8 and 8:30 to ask if the girls were in school. Between 8 and 8:30. Wood said that Alba Orients, the assistant director, then spoke with Shanann's mother midday for the second time. Wood asked Alba what time it was they spoke, and she said, probably around 11:30. Again, asking if the girls were dropped off. Wood said that they then spoke with Shanann's mother around 1500 hours, which would be 3 o'clock. Again, asking if the girls had been dropped off at school. Wood advised her that they hadn't been, and the girls' grandmother told Wood that they were missing. I then spoke with Meyer by phone, speakerphone in the office. Meyer said that Chris called at about 8:15 and said that after he introduced himself, she told him that they were expecting to start the girls at school, and he replied that he was calling to let them know that the girls weren't going to start. He said he really wasn't sure what was going on yet, but they were going to be moving and putting the house up for sale. They were not sure if they were going to be staying in the area. Meyer responded with, "That's pretty crazy." Meyer said that Chris then asked, "The girls aren't there, are they?" Meyer said she told Chris no. She hadn't seen them, but to let her check and see if they were clocked in, and they were not. Chris said, okay, and to put them down as not coming in, and Meyer said, okay, and asked if he wanted to be placed on the waiting list in case something changes. Chris replied with, they might as well, but they weren't sure what was going on. Meyer told him to keep them updated and that the teachers would be sad not to see the girls today. Chris thanked her and then hung up. Meyer said that Shanann's mother, who he couldn't remember her name, called about an hour later after Chris and spoke with Alba. Meyer said that Shanann's mother called back around 11, between 11 and 11:30, and spoke with her. Meyer said that Shanann's mother said that it's Shanann's mom, and that everything was fine and not to tell anyone that she called. She then said, don't tell anyone that I called. and excuse me for caring. Don't worry about anything. Meyer said that she told Shanann's mom that she was glad everything was okay and that she was glad that they were able to talk to Shanann, and Shanann's mother was hurried and hung up. Again, this was at 11 or 11:30. Meyer said Shanann's mother called back again, so this would be the third time, and spoke with Wood around 3 o'clock. Meyer said that Shanann's mother says, stating, excuse me for caring. And Meyer said that she assumed that she had spoken with Chris, who became upset that she had called the school. I asked Meyer if they told Chris that Shanann's mother had called, and he said no. The only time anyone at the school talked to Chris that day was when he called in the morning. I asked Meyer about Chris's demeanor when he called, and she said he seemed normal, but was surprised that the girls weren't coming back. Meyer said that she suspected that they weren't really moving and that it was just an excuse, like a money thing. Meyer said it was strange because they had just spoken with Shanann recently and everyone was excited about the girls coming back to school. I would like to know what they mean by recently. Meyer said it was strange to suddenly get a call from Chris saying that the girls weren't coming back. Meyer said that she didn't notice anything strange in Chris's demeanor, but thought that it was strange that he asked if the girls were there. I asked Meyer if Chris was the one that typically called and dealt with the school issues, and she said no. Shanann did the majority of the pickups and drop-offs. Meyer said that Chris did come to the school, but Shanann was a primary communicator. And that's funny. Shanann did majority of the pickups and drop-offs. Well, that's not what. Okay. I asked Meyer who would normally call the school if the girls were sick or something similar, and she replied that Shanann normally would. Wood then told me about her conversation with Shanann's mom at around 1500 hours and said that she asked if Shanann had ever dropped the girls off, and Wood told her no. Shanann's mother said that they were missing at that time at 3 o'clock. Lang said it was a surprise to find that the girls weren't going to be starting. He said that they had been attending the school since March of 2017. Lang said that the school has never had any problems with the girls or Shanann or Chris. Lang said that the girls being gone for the summer, they hadn't seen them recently to notice any recent changes. Lang said that Meyer thought that the phone call from Chris was very strange and wanted to call the police right away. Lang said he told her to wait until they knew something, and as soon as they heard that Shanann and the girls were reported missing, they called the police. Now, good old Nicole, though, she knows it all on Tuesday.
You remember who that was?
I don't have a name. I have a Max's mom, but I can give you Karen's number and you can call her.
Yeah.
Karen!
Oh, sorry, say that again.
So Chris called the school yesterday morning
Chris called the school.
and said the girls were not going to be there that day, and then told them that they were separating and they were going to sell the house.
Do you remember who that was?
I don't have a name. I have a Max's mom, but I can give you Karen's number and you can call her.
Yeah.
What? What? Karen lives in Colorado.
I'm gonna put friends.
Karen does Thrive, and she was in Arizona, though. What about the cheating?
Okay.
All right. Anything that we haven't talked about you think we need to?
It's funny. I was talking to Cassie on the way to work, and I was like, I'm losing my mind. I don't want to forget anything. I don't want to. I think she texted me and told me a list. I know that sounds horrible. I thought she did.
Cassie told me a
But
list.
you were gonna check your pictures, other pictures.
Oh yeah.
No Nicole costume room. No girlfriend. No cheating.
Oh, he told me to leave the house. and everything was fine, even though the car and things were still there. He did
Chris
tell, yeah, he
told
did
you
tell me
to?
to leave the house.
When was that?
That was when I called him the first time. He's like, would you please leave and quit messing with my doors, because I kept setting off his alarm system. This is hearsay, but he told Cassie to not get the police involved when he talked to her.
She said this is hearsay. Everything you're saying is hearsay.
Oh, he mixed up his stories with everybody. So he told me that the girls and Shanann were on a play date, and then he told her mom something different. And then he also told Addie, which I gave you her number. He texted Addie something different too. I think one of them was that she left in the middle of the night, and the other one was she left that morning with the girl.
What? No, he didn't.
And she said he told the girls' school that they weren't going to be there. They were separating and moving out of the house. Shanann wouldn't leave anything without anything, especially meds. And the other thing, the house was locked up. Like, the more I think about it, there's no way she could have left that house without somebody seeing her. Like, the way it was locked from the inside, if she was in that house when Chris left, she would have had to go out the garage. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if Chris didn't lock that house up like that before he left, she would have been noticed on the neighbor's camera. Like she said
How do you know
Chris
that she
was
wasn't?
being cold, not himself at all, yelling at the kids more often, and just not himself. Oh, and because of the company he works for, and he has to go to oil wells. There's a GPS tracker on his truck.
Yeah.
So.
We're aware of that.
Yeah, I already told him that yesterday. So.
Okay. All right. So.
She was sorry.
Yeah, shoes.
Other
pictures.
Sidetracked.
Other pictures. I'm sorry.
You're the 3895789. No, that's
9303895
5846.
Yep.
Oh my god, unreal.
Oh, I have a picture of a car in the garage that my son took.
Okay. Yeah, that'd be good too. Oh.
Before we opened the garage.
What?
Let's see, let me run a text.
It's just unreal.
Oh, and I do have a screenshot of the guy that said he was at his house. Do you want that?
The guy that said he was there?
Yeah.
Who's that?
His name's Jeremy. I can't see it, but I'll send you the picture of it. Jeremy Landstrom. He said, yes, I have the cops. My daughter watched the kids Saturday night, and the girls were at... Whoa, my phone's going crazy.
What is she talking about?
And I don't know why, but I sent you a picture of a screenshot of an update that Amanda had sent.
Who's Amanda?
And then you wanted mine. I sent you the one
Oh.
from...
An affair?
She one of the ones from the day before, right?
The
8th, the day before we left?
Yeah. One where he talked about that they weren't compatible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great. If you would.
Oh, I'll redo that one. Someone just texted me.
What is going on here? Wow.
And then the book. I'll have to text Sharon and ask her what the name of the book was.
Yeah, that's not a big deal. So she actually had it sent to him, the book?
Yeah, so she downloaded it on her phone and then she had it sent by Amazon Prime. It was supposed to be delivered to the house on Friday.
Okay.
Or to the mailbox or whatever.
All right. Did she ever say if it was delivered?
What?
Did she ever say if it was delivered?
She didn't.
Okay.
And she said she was going to wait to ask him if he read it because she didn't want to be pushy and be like, hounding him.
Right.
And she
What?
told us she was going to write him a letter over the weekend. Whether she did or not, there's a book that was in her purse. It's a green book and it says like some quote on the front of it. So I don't know if there was a letter in there that she started to write him, or if she was writing stuff down of like things she could change or she'd done wrong or whatnot. But she had that book with her the whole weekend. It was a notebook, like a binded notebook. It's like a mint green. And for the life of me, I
Missing.
can't remember what it says on it. On the front of it.
Missing, never to
But
be
she
seen
had that
again.
the whole weekend, and she was writing it off and on. So I don't know if that. But that was at the house with him, so.
Mm.
Like, is it normal for people to do this?
No.
Okay. So I'm not crazy to think badly.
No, and the circumstances kind of it's hard to not go to that place.
Yeah.
You know, with especially with the keys, the phone, medications, the kids, the car. You know, you kind of look at the totality of everything, and it
Right.
kind of starts to add up to a little bit of suspicion, and that's why we're involved. The FBI is involved.
Right.
So it's definitely got our attention, and we're doing the best we can to see if we can find her and the kids.
I mean, today, when I was at the house, give me a second. I know what I want to say, it's just not coming out. Chris was out because the neighbor came over to me after I talked to the reporter. He came over to me because it was in front of their house, like off to the side of it. And Chris had actually came out of his house and the canine dogs were going in and we were going to go in the house just to check on him. Like, I'm trying to be cordial because I don't want to think that, but in the same token, I'm thinking that. But he's got no family here either, and like I really don't want to think that of this person because I really, really cared about my friend and those girls. But I checked on him. I was like, "Are you okay?" And the neighbor pulled me aside and said, "When you get a chance, come talk to me." And I was like, "Okay." Like, why do you want to talk to me again? And he's like, "This is weird and things are bad." I'm like, "Obviously, dude. Like, I don't know what you're gonna say." So then I went back over to Chris and I said, "Do you know anything? Has anything hit the checking account? Like her credit cards? Did you take any credit cards?" Like, I'm still on my mind trying to process. And he said, "No." I said, "Chris, did she?" Because we get paid every Tuesday on Lavelle. And you have to set it up either for like a prepaid credit card type thing, or you have to set it up for direct deposit into your checking account. So I was like, "Do you know the login? Log in and see if she had her money transferred today." And he logged into it and he didn't, like, it hadn't been transferred for the last 2 weeks, what she got paid from Lavelle. So I was like, "Transfer it." And he was like, "Why would I transfer that?" And I was like, "Because if it doesn't hit your account, it's going to hit some account." I mean, I don't know if I was smart or not smart, but if it doesn't hit their personal checking account, then it's got to go somewhere.
And who's paying that?
Lavelle.
Lavelle? What is
Yeah.
that?
It's the Thrive company.
Oh, the Thrive, okay.
Yeah.
Lavelle?
Mm-hmm. And I can give you,
I'm sorry.
I don't have Paul Garrett's number, but Addie Maloney would have his number, and they might actually be able to look and see if Chris says it doesn't hit the account. Paul Garrett's the CEO of the company.
How do you spell Paul's last name?
Why wasn't she transferring the money? She was stockpiling money. And then, you should transfer it. Well, why? Why would you want to
How
transfer?
funny. He just posted 22 minutes ago. Gravette.
Okay. In a nutshell,
Okay.
this has 6 more minutes, and then it's over. But Barb said it's also confusing And then could you give an opinion as to why all the deceit? Well, first of all, if Shanann's missing and the girls are missing, if you tell law enforcement that you're planning on coming over in the morning to help Shanann pack up to leave because you had found out that he was cheating and, you know, all this stuff, whatever, or get his stuff out of the house or, you know, whatever, that's going to immediately derail. You wouldn't have had the FBI on this case. You wouldn't have had the CBI right now. You'd have nothing. Okay. So, you you don't mention that stuff because you want them to be searching and doing what they can for, you know, obviously your friend and the girls. But also, you know, your friend found all this stuff, is hot as hell about it, is, you know, heading home, and what comes out is that later on is like, we told her, you know, don't confront this when you get home, and talk to him, you know, tomorrow or whatever, meaning then it would be like Monday after work or whatever. And there was thought process clearly in the minds of, you know, NA, Cassie. They knew that she wasn't in a good place, and, you know, what the heck is going on. And they don't think Chris is a bad guy and that he would do anything bad. And there wasn't a thought in the world about the girls being in danger. I think you guys can tell that with the lack of like asking about the girls. But there was worry about where Shanann was, and then, you know, Shann's carrying the baby. But my thing is why was Nicole Atkinson there so early? Why did Sandy call so early? Why lie about, you know, these text messages? Why not just say you're there earlier? Because you were going to go over there and help her with the kids. That's a very simple thing to say. I came over here to help her with the kids, and, you know, no one's here. Like, why would this be starting at 12:20 and 1:50 and when it started way earlier? Why are you telling people, don't tell Primrose that I called you? Or don't tell the cops that I called Primrose. Like, wait, what? Why? Because you're looking for people that you can't find? No, it was because of the time. It was because of why were you even calling Primrose? Why didn't you call your daughter? Because you knew that she didn't have her cell phone. And then if you want to talk about if Nicole Atkinson was staying there that night, if she had spent the night there, you're also now putting Nicole Atkinson's in that home. So that would be another person in that home. And that's not good for Nicole. And you have to ask, well, why did you spend the night? Why did you spend the night? Or why were you coming there? Like, if they're all going to be honest, which, has she said it yet? Has she said it yet one time in this interview? Listen, she was irate. She was like, where's Cassie at? Cassie tell you everything. Shanann is she's not in a good mental space. She is emotionally broken, wrecked. I've never seen her like this, Chris. All these things. Nicole Atkinson is sitting there looking through her phone on what Cassie was supposed to be sending her. You don't think that Cassie was saying, you need to tell this to the police? You need to tell this to the police? Oh no, we're just going to keep hiding that? I don't think Cassie would be cool with that. That's just me. And you could tell by Cassie's interview. Cassie's interview, she doesn't lie. She tells the truth.
Anything else you can think of?
No, but I've had several media sources reaching out to me wanting to talk to me. This was the last one that technically saw her besides her husband. What do you suggest there?
What to do?
Right.
From an investigative perspective, we would prefer that you don't talk to them right yet.
Okay.
We do have a PIO,
Private investigator.
I'm sorry, public information officer.
Uh-huh.
Brain fart. Public information officer who handles all of our media relations
Okay.
and what we put out to the media.
Okay.
We'd like to try to regulate that as much as we can.
Okay.
And and again, I can't tell you what to do and what not to do. Use your best judgment.
Right.
We would prefer that you don't talk to people at this point.
Okay.
That's kind of our stand.
Okay.
So I'll let you use your best judgment.
Okay.
But like I said, we prefer that you don't right at the moment. There will be a time and a place for that.
Wait, can I just ask a question? Hey, so should we be setting up like a search party? Should we go searching for them? Should we search for them? No one's searching? We're not gonna do a search party?
Okay.
So
What do I do?
you can use it to let them go to voicemail, or you can tell them no comment.
I don't know how they're getting my phone number.
Yeah.
They've texted me, they've messaged me on Facebook, they've called them up messages, and
Right.
I'm like, how the hell did you get my phone number?
Yeah, they're good at what they do.
Wait, what is she
One of them called
talking
my
about?
aunt. I'm like,
Wait
how'd
a
you even know
second.
she was my aunt?
Yeah.
Wait a second. What are you talking about? You went on the news already. You already did. You called the media. You called them. What is she talking about? She called the media and had the media go there and meet her at the house. And she did an interview outside of the house. And then then Chris gave his interview. What is she, oh my God. I mean, I don't think I have words for this. What? What do you mean what you should do? You already did it. You've already done it. You mean you want to go and... I have no idea how they're getting my phone number. Well, because you told them your name and you did a live interview on the news. I don't understand. How do they know who I am? How do they get my number? Because you told the world. You went live on an interview. Wow. Oh my God.
Right.
So,
I mean, you can let them go to voicemail, not answer them. You can answer them and say, I have no comment right now. Whatever you think.
okay.
So, and if you think of anything further, please send me an email.
Okay.
So that's my desk line on there.
Okay.
You got my
Or
email,
send me
cell
an
number,
email.
yeah.
Okay.
So, or send me a text, it's fine too. You can do
Okay.
that. So,
Would you stay away from Chris?
at this point,
I mean, there's no reason for me to go over there, but then I'm the only one here, so they're like, well, what's Chris doing? I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting in his house 24/7 with him.
right. So, I mean, and I understand your desire to want to be involved and try to
I don't
help.
necessarily in that sense. I don't understand.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thanks.
And your list.
Oh,
Do you
yeah.
want that? Yeah,
Yep.
do you want that?
So, I would recommend that you probably not contact Chris.
Okay, and if he contacts me, leave him?
Yeah, probably for the time being.
Okay.
So.
Is it wrong to ask if he's a suspect?
What?
since it's technically a missing person, there's not technically a suspect, but he was somebody that we definitely would like to talk to further.
Right.
So, and you watch the Dateline stuff, and how that stuff goes.
Yeah.
So,
No, quite.
people that are involved tend to draw a little bit of the spotlight more.
And like, if it was a crime of passion, I honestly think to God he'd strangle her. Only because
What?
she already has the neck issue. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh my God,
What was that
Dad.
from?
she had a
Crime of passion. And then he strangled her. Well, then where are the kids, though? What? What?
I don't know if it was I don't know if it started out as a slip disc or if it was a degenerative disc, and they went in and infused some stuff in her neck. She's got a scar on the front part of her neck.
Okay. Did
They're
she have
in most of the pictures.
Did she have a car accident recently?
No, she had a car accident in I want to say it was 2007, and then she got some neck and back issues due to it.
Okay.
Why?
Did they have a Ford Explorer?
They did.
What happened to that?
I can't remember if they owned it and sold it, or if it was on lease and the lease was up and they didn't re-sign the lease.
Okay.
But they got rid of that about 6 months ago, 3 to 6 months ago, because they both earn, so through Lavelle you can earn a car, and if you hit certain criteria, if you go and purchase and lease a car of their car list, then they'll pay you $800 a month or $1,600 a month for your car payment.
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's worth it to go get the car if you don't
Yeah,
have that
yeah.
car payment. So that's why they have the Lexus. The Lexus is through Lavelle Tech, not like through Lavelle. Like if she quit earning that amount of money, she'd have to pay for it out of pocket. But they pay you every month on the second Tuesday of the month, and you get $800 or $1,600 depending on what bracket you're in
Oh.
to go pick out a luxury
So
car.
technically, it's a company car.
Technically, yeah.
That's interesting.
But I mean, you have to sign the lease, and
Yeah.
if they don't end up paying you, you're still
You're still
responsible.
on the hook.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so they had gotten rid of the Ford because they were talking about getting another car. So,
Gotcha.
but then she said because of money issues, they were not getting another car because they were using, if you don't go purchase the car, then you still get a car stipend, but it's only $300, so they were just using the $300
Sure.
for whatever,
Okay.
so.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah, if you think of anything else, send me a text or send me an email
Okay,
or give me a call, whichever.
okay.
So,
Do you need anything else from me?
not that I can think of off the top of my head.
Okay.
So, but you're here until 6 a.m., is that right?
Yeah, and my 16-year-old was there too, so,
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if you want to talk to him, but he was there with me. The 2-year-old probably won't tell you much. So, yeah, I'm here till 6 a.m. in the morning.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
I traded the shift this week so I could have Saturday off, so I could go to Arizona with Shanann.
No.
Hi, this is my trade.
Now you're paying the price. Huh?
Yeah. Always the one, apparently.
All right. Well, thanks for sitting down with me. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Good night.
Have a nice night.
Oh my God. And that's that, folks. I mean,
Work is like I got something else to get refit.
there's a lot of inconsistencies. I don't know. You're welcome. You're welcome. Again, everything's all about a narrative. Everything's all about, I mean, this is what they're being told in the initial, stages. I mean, Nicole doesn't say one time. Doesn't mention anything to do with just downplays everything. I mean, it just mm-mm. I mean, at least I think she's downplaying everything that happened in Arizona and what they really truly did. I mean, and what they were all looking up. Because you have to think about this. What was Nicole looking up? What was Addie looking up? What was Cassie looking up? Like, none of that would be on Shanann's Google, you know? But if they're helping her web sleuth and, like, find out information, she wouldn't have been the only one Googling. She wouldn't have been the only one, you know, looking stuff up. Oh, what's up to the moon? Yeah. It's been a long time since I listened to that. I hate being drugged back into that mess. I would support torture to get to it. It's just, she didn't talk about the girls at all. I'm telling you. No, nobody thought that the girls were, I mean, I don't believe that anybody thought the girls were harmed. I mean, let's just put it this way. If they did, they're not making any noise about it. You know, where are the girls, Chris? Where is Celeste? Where's Bella? What the hell? I'm blown away with her. Yeah. Cassie knew. And then this is the crazier part. We're texting her because she had a bad back and a neck, and I know you were hurting I knew you were hurting yesterday. Wait, what? Oh, because we were just talking about her back and her neck. And she was 15 weeks pregnant. Are there any text messages saying about the doctor's appointment? Well, you get to go to the doctor's tomorrow, so, you know. No. No, because nobody knew about that. Does she mention Lauren Arnold at all? Does she, I mean, it's just crazy. My neck, my back. Oh, new sub. There you go. So, yeah, on ED. Tired of being lied to. So, yeah, here is, and what? Oh, yeah, I definitely don't lie. I show everything. I show the facts. If I say something, I prove it. But is he a person? I mean, is he a suspect? A suspect of doing what? What did he do? Why would he ever hurt Shanann? Why would he ever hurt Bella and Celeste? Why wouldn't he just be leaving? Remember, he just wants a divorce, right? He just wants a divorce. He doesn't want to do this anymore. He said that to her, right? He told Luke Epple that, hey, if they're wondering, my truck, my GPS truck, it won't be where my house is. You know, me and my wife are having problems or whatever. We're going to be separated, whatever. And I'm going to be staying with a friend. He said that on 8/7 or 8/8, you know, when he got back from North Carolina, that the truck wouldn't be, you know, at the house. Well, if you have a plan to just annihilate your family, your truck would still be at your house because you'd still be there then. But he had all intents and purposes of not staying there anymore the following week. And no, do I think that that's premeditated murder? No. I think it's letting your job know because they paid attention to where your truck was. And I don't know. He didn't know. Chris didn't know about the doctor's appointment that she was kept on canceling on the, on the set or on the 8th and then the 9th, and she canceled it, and then she just, made it so to be on that Monday supposedly. Well, Chris had no idea about any of those appointments. For all Chris knows, the doctor's appointment that he went to that evening, it did it all or something. I mean, how would he know anything? And so when he's being told, oh, she missed a doctor's appointment, he's thinking, what are you talking about? A doctor's appointment. We went to the doctor's on, Thursday night or Wednesday night or whatever night it was. Wednesday. He's probably like, what? We just went to the doctor. No, we didn't miss any doctor's appointments. We went. Well, what makes no sense is you have Nicole Atkinson coming over there the next day, as she told you in this interview. She said she was going there on Thursday to tell her what the baby was, give her the sex. She'd stopped at Walmart, bought some stuff, bought some onesies, all right, and went over there. So she's there, and she's going to say, oh, hey, I need to just run and do this, OBGYN. I'm going to check on some stuff, but like I have an appointment that I totally forgot about. I rescheduled for Thursday because I totally forgot I had it on Wednesday. And they called to remind me. But I was so tired that I rescheduled it for Thursday. Do you think that you could just come over here and we could hang out? I'll just run and do my appointment really quick, and I'll be right, and I'll come right back. Pretty simple, huh? That'll be interesting. Anyways. All right, well, you guys have yourselves a fabulous Friday night. I'm out of here. You guys are great. Mods, love you. All the newbies, welcome. And taking us way back to Watts Island again. Blow my head off. Love you, Melissa. Yep, no hate here. All walks of life welcomed. From the text, I'd say kicked out of Castle Watts. Oh yeah. I think she just said some really low blow things to him. And they got into it. And because I don't care who you are, I hope to God that you would never say that you harmed your kids if you didn't. I wouldn't care who I'm dragging through a trial. So, it made my Friday night. Well, I'm happy about that. Maybe I'll do that live. What do we got tomorrow? Yeah, we got a nice big snowstorm here, so I'll schedule that out so that people can know that they can come. I'll figure that out. I'm gonna do Jason's second episode. So, if you guys are following the Lindsay Parton case, think about becoming a member at Fight for a Family. or you can just be a member here and it goes to that as well. Whatever you guys prefer. Consider it. I put a lot of time into my families, and we should be getting Sheldon back into the courtroom here soon. So, love you guys. Love y'all. You're very welcome. Yeah, thumbs up the video if you would. Thank you. Thumbs up the video. And, but, all right, we'll see you guys soon. Oh, I'm going to finish the 80 interview with Lana, and Seeking Dave has removed his videos, by the way. What videos? All of them? What videos has he removed? I guess I'll go take a peek. All right, guys. Heart of gold, Lana. Thank you. Take care. See you soon. All of them? He removed, he privated. He probably privated them all. Did he delete it or Interesting. You want to know? Be careful what you wish for. But yeah, everybody was great in chat. Thank you guys so much. Good collective questions and answering, and I enjoy stuff like that. So logical thinkers and reasonable processes and outcomes. So I can't believe he has left YouTube, ironically, after blackmailing and threatening Lana. Someone is doing it to him. What? I'll find out more about this. Wow. All right, guys, till next time. Oh, I'm a Clover. Good night. Are you coming over with Capri? Bring Capri over. Hi, Capri. Bye, Capri. Yeah, he said some awful things about me, and obviously they're not true, but people that speak like that, it's because they have their own issues. He clearly must have a small manhood. Anyways, nighty nights.